Hey Mary, how are you? Hey, can you hear me? Hey, are you unmuted?
Now I am, yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks so much for joining this, being a part of the panel.
Yeah, of course. Anything about women's sports, I'm all for.
Awesome, awesome. Well, this is gonna be really fun. So, yeah, I'm already recording and ready. And so, whenever we'll officially kick off at noon, and I'll kind of give it a little bit of time for people to join, and then we'll get going.
Cool, great. I'm just making sure I have web pages up when I'm up to show my screen. So I'll go back to muting myself.
Cool. Yeah, and the one thing just logistically that I've seen on our Super Bowl webinar is that sometimes when I'm sharing my screen, it will like automatically mute you for some reason.
Mhm.
So like in the chat, just say like, please unmute me. And
Okay.
yeah. So cool. All right. So I got my games on. Games are about to start here on ESPN. And then it works out pretty well. We've got a couple of VCU Brand Center alums with me that are on the panel, and so I'm wearing my VCU shirt. And VCU starts at like 2:00, so perfect. All right, cool. All right. Real quick, while we're waiting to get started, can you tell me whether or not when I do this, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, awesome, cool. All right, good stuff. So once we get going, I'll start sharing my screen once we dive into the data.
Cool. And then will I be able to share my screen? I know I'm not until like 1 or so.
Yeah, let me actually, good question. Multiple participants share simultaneously. So yeah, go ahead and give it a test. Cool. Yep, we can see it.
Okay, cool, great.
Awesome. Hey Matthew, how's it going?
Sorry about that. How are you guys doing?
We are doing well. We're just kind of getting started going through the logistics, and yeah. So thanks for joining. And if you haven't met Mary, this is Mary from Talkwalker, or sorry, Mary from Zoom. Matthew from Talkwalker.
Mary, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what you guys have on deck for us today.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, I'm getting everything ready on my end. I'm probably going to hop off at around 12:10, but I'll be back for 2:30, Frank.
Cool. Perfect.
And then you have access to everything?
I do. I have access to everything. So I just was testing it out, taking a look at stuff this morning. So it looks good.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome. So what I'll do is I'll give a quick intro, and then since you need to hop off in a couple minutes, Matthew, I'll let you just kind of give a quick overview, the 2-minute version of what you've been pulling, and then you can come on more at 2:30 and talk in more detail.
All right, sounds good.
Cool. Hey Nerissa, how's it going? Cool. Let me make sure you're able to unmute. Cool. Ask to unmute. Great. Awesome. Cool. So we're already recording, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. And then yeah, we'll just kind of react to the social conversation as it comes in. So either way, thanks everyone for joining. This is the start of a marathon fun Women's March Madness analysis webinar. So we're going to be on from noon Eastern, which is right now, until 5 p.m. Eastern as the games are going on for skip work to support women. So the whole idea, the whole crux of this webinar is that this is a follow-up from a webinar we did on Super Bowl Sunday, where we use the TalkWalker social listening tool and the Zoom audience segmentation evaluation tool to react in real time to the social conversation happening around the Super Bowl, around the brands, around the game, around the halftime show, and where there were moments of trending conversation where brands could engage potentially, or if they could plan for something that they were going to be doing post Super Bowl. And so ultimately, it was a really great conversation. And where we landed was that we wanted to do it again for March Madness. Then when we started to plan for March Madness, we started to realize, you know what? There's every year, everyone just drops everything to become a men's college basketball fan. They are, every office does a bracket. You fill out your bracket. You're kind of barely paying attention to work, and you're really, for the most part, you are, looking at your bracket and seeing whether or not you still have a shot in your office pool. And that happens on the men's side. It doesn't necessarily a couple days later happen on the women's side. And so we thought about, from the standpoint of, this is Women's History Month, with all the conversations about social justice and equality and equities across all aspects of life over the last few years. We thought, you know what? Instead of doing what everyone expects us to do and analyze the men's tournament and where brands are having conversations and engaging the men's tournament, what the men's tournament conversation trends are, instead of that, we were going to flip it. And we decided we're going to skip the men's tournament this year. And we're going to really focus on the women's tournament. And so ultimately, that's where we landed with today, being a way where we can analyze the conversation in TalkWalker in real time, and then go into Zoom and analyze the sponsorship impact and the brand impact, those brands that are engaging the women's tournament, and ultimately kind of go into the tools in real time and see, okay, here's a moment that's happening, that's trending right now in the women's tournament, where there's actually a natural brand fit, a brand affinity, where this brand, because of the data, we see that this brand should be engaging right now, right? And it's a great way for brands to kind of, walk the walk, not just talk the talk, in terms of how they are supporting women's empowerment issues and things like that. Well, if you're only tweeting about the men's tournament right now to try to engage that audience, well, then you're kind of doing a disservice to the women's tournament. So that's kind of where the crux of this came about. And so ultimately, we have a really great panel that's going to be on throughout the day. We already have a few of them on, which I'll introduce and let them give a better introduction than I can in a minute. But ultimately, just to kind of set the stage for what we're going to be doing, we're going to have, we already have Matthew Berry from TalkWalker on, and he's going to stay on for a couple minutes right now and then come back with his colleague, Nick Brenner, from TalkWalker from 2:30 to 3:30 to really dive into the dashboards that they created for us, which is awesome. Thank you very much for doing that. We have Nerissa Marbury on right now as well. She's going to be on with us until about 1:45 Eastern. She is a digital marketing consultant for Epiphany. And we also have Mary Ierlan on from Zoom, who is going to be on from 1 to 1:30, really diving into the Zoom takeaways so far. And thanks for joining early. I'll talk about some of the other panelists that we have on in a minute, but first I wanted to give a chance for each of you to introduce yourself. So Nerissa, do you want to take it away?
Absolutely. Good afternoon for people on the East Coast, and good morning to those who are on the West Coast. I am Nerissa Marbury, owner of One Epiphany LLC. We offer digital marketing as well as marketing operations consulting to CMOs, business leaders, marketing directors who don't have the time, know-how, or skill set to manage or run their marketing departments alone. I'm really excited to participate in this panel. It was really fun for Super Bowl Sunday, and I'm looking forward to March Madness for the women's NCAA. Go Blue.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nerissa. Mary, do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Mary and I work at Zoom. I'm a marketing analytics specialist. I went to Marquette University and sadly they lost yesterday. But I'm really excited to talk to you guys and really show a lot of like the audience, like you said, Frank, analytics that we're able to do. And like you said, just see like the brands that have already tapped into the women's space as well as, the potential that really exists out there.
Awesome. Thanks you so much for being with us. And Matthew, do you want to introduce yourself and what you're doing at Talkwalker, and maybe talk a little bit about the dashboards that you built for us today?
Yeah, sure, Frank. So again, thank you for having me on. It was a great time during the Super Bowl as well. Just a little bit of a background on myself. I'm working at Talkwalker, which is essentially a social listening firm that works with a lot of brands and agencies to monitor all the conversations surrounding their brands, as well as just the industry through traditional and social media. I specialize in the sports sector as well, so I'm usually creating a lot of reports tailored to the sport business sector as well. Nick Brenner, who is a colleague of mine that's going to be joining us later, is assisting me in that space as well. And if we want to dive into the dashboards a little bit as well, since I'm only going to be on for a couple minutes, we'll just show you we have a breadth of conversation as well with what we're covering. And then in terms of where I'm from, since Nerissa kicked it off with the alma maters, I'm a proud member of the basketball capital of the world, known as the University of Connecticut Huskies.
Yeah, and they're definitely a force to be reckoned with on the women's side. I forgot to mention it, so I'll mention. I went to Virginia Tech for my undergrad. Tech was able to win yesterday, move on to the second round, and then Nerissa and I are both alumni from VCU Brand Center for grad school. So I've got my VCU shirt on here. And VCU they're going to play about I believe 2:30 today, so we'll be able to watch that game live. So either way, Matthew, do you want to kind of show us a little bit about the dashboards before you have to run?
Sure. So where we'll start first, if everyone is able to see my screen, is we'll start off with the women's. So one common theme you're going to see around here is just discrepancy in terms of mentions. The women's are going to get not as many mentions as compared to the men's. And just to give you a breakdown of how we built out those queries, we were looking for mentions of, in our case with VCU, mentions of VCU and women's basketball or women's b-ball, or in the author as well, women's basketball, or just other different terms that we would use. And then from there, we start off with the round of 68, did our share of voice by team. And Frank has already mentioned this as well, and it's something we'll get into a little more today, but the terms of really powers versus men's, where there's not a lot of true powers. It's always a real hodgepodge of who's going to win. So no surprise here where you'll see South Carolina, UConn, Syracuse, who's always had a strong program, Stanford as well, and Michigan. So they're really going to be driving a lot of the conversation, while the smaller programs are going to be mixed throughout here. I see Marquette for Mary. I see some Middle Tennessee here as well. And then Stephen F. Austin, who was able to take Georgia Tech to a good point as well. Yep. Then we're going to get into emotions, which is our AI, really just breaking down how people are talking about the overall conversation. This was something that was, I thought, quite hilarious when you look at the comparison between the women's basketball and the men's. There's a lot of kindness if you look at the women's basketball side, but then if you immediately shift over to the men's, it's a ton of anger. So there's not a lot of positivity or just good feelings going on. It's a lot of anger that, oh, my team lost. Oh, my bracket got busted. Oh, why is this happening? There's not a lot of joy there. While on the women's side, it's more focused on love of the game and love of the season. Then we're going to get into filtering as well, where we're really just going to be breaking out mentions in terms of bracketology. So people talking about busted brackets, I'm picking this team to win my bracket, upsets as well. COVID, obviously, that's still a very key aspect of what we're going to be monitoring throughout the tournaments, as well as a return to play or the start of the season as well. Then we'll also break it down in terms of viewing habits. So I'm going to watch on my phone, I'm going to watch on my TV, I'm going to watch on my tablet versus the TV production. So are people talking about a specific announcer or the camera? And then game threads, which is a huge aspect of just trying to find, I'd say, any bootleg streams. So if you were to go into Reddit, for example, I would see a ton of pages like these talking about game thread for this game or that game. So it's people either talking about the game or offering bootleg streams on Reddit. Then we'll have a breakdown of our teams here. So as you can see, it's a good mixture of everything. We'll have a lot of our powers in the front with Tennessee, South Carolina, Michigan, Syracuse, and then UConn, as well as UCLA, and then way in the back here, Stanford. Then we'll have our sentiment key drivers, which are essentially just picking out 2-word key phrases around the conversation with all these results. So instead of scrolling through everything, we'll have everything organized right here for us. So again, positivity with good luck as well right here. Then our sentiment by the teams that we're playing. It's a ton of information to take in, but we can always just click in to see what is driving the sentiment, as well as our net sentiment here, which is only going to be positive and negative mentions. So it'll disregard the neutral entirely. Then we'll have our distribution on the world map as well, so where a lot of the conversation's coming from. We essentially have the same breakdown for our men's here as well. But what I want to get into last before I'm hopping off here was we were able to build a special dashboard around a lot of the player movements and conversations that have been happening over the last couple of days between the hashtag campaign with not NCAA property and then with the women's gym movement as well. I think a key aspect of the conversation today will be not only the gym, but just the overall inequity that's been happening in the game. I can't wait to hear what everyone's thoughts are. And if there's any data points that you would like me or Nick to hop into a couple hours from now, we'd be more than willing to do so.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much for first of all building this, and then secondly for walking us through it really quickly. And so I have, Matthew's been able to give me access to the same dashboard, and so I'm going to be in this dashboard and sharing my screen as we kind of see the games happen today and look at arguably the most important part of the conversation, which is this part that you're showing right now, Matthew, where it just kind of when we first decided to start focusing on the women's tournament, we were thinking, okay, we're going to really be focusing on the game conversation, and then all of a sudden the storyline started coming out with the women's equality that was shown at March Madness, which was it kind of hit the crux of the power of social media for brands and for players to be able to shed light on something that is not right in terms of there's less opportunities on the women's side than there are the men's. And so I'm really glad that Matthew, you were able to quickly pivot and create this third dashboard for us where we can really dive into these issues that are ultimately going to either make or break the ability for women in the future to be able to have more discoverability, more visibility in specifically women's college basketball. I think that there's a lot of great conversation that's going on right now in social media based on what happened before the women's tournament even started, which can ultimately drive change. And so it's really important to focus here, probably more so than the games. So
absolutely. And there's one thing I want to share before I hop off. I was actually scrolling through my timeline today, and I think this is a perfect thing that we can kick it off with our conversation. And I'm sure Mary will further build on this with her presentation. Even the subtle things where you look at the court, this is just for the men's side where you see the standard March Madness logo, then compared to last night, where it's just basic women's basketball. So already they're saying right out of the gate, okay, this women's tournament, this isn't really March Madness. This isn't a part of the brand. They're our own separate thing there. So that's already one key part of the conversation where how can you not only embrace women's basketball into the March Madness brand overall, but put it on an equal footing as well.
Mm-hmm. That's a great call. Great visual aspect of just the many different ways that we're seeing inequity in terms of branding, in terms of discoverability, in terms of treatment. So thank you very much for doing that. And ultimately, I know you got to run, so we'll let you go. But then you're going to be back on with Nick around 2:30ish, right?
Yep, we'll break down the data even further and can't wait to see where the conversation takes us.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much, Matthew. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, see you then, guys.
Awesome. So really quick before we dive into the conversation, just to besides Matthew and Nerissa and Mary, who are already on, just to give a kind of overview of the schedule. So the games obviously are going to be going on. They've already kicked off with 3 games going on right now. But in terms of our panelists, we have Nerissa and Mary on right now. We also are going to have Dr. Ceyda Mumcu from New Haven University. She's going to be on in about 10 minutes or so. She's going to join us for a half an hour. And then also, and I should say, she is professor of sports marketing and sports business at New Haven, and she is a former women's basketball player as well. So she brings a very good, unique perspective to this. Then we're going to have Kayte Hamilton from Insights Now. She is Director of Research Innovation at Insights Now. She's going to be joining in about 10 minutes as well. And then we're going to give the floor to Mary at around 1 o'clock to jump into the takeaways that she's seen so far in Zoomph from the brand engagement perspective. And then after that, I'm going to be taking everyone through from about 1:45 until about 2:30. I'm going to be taking everyone through the value of social intelligence through the lens of the women in sports conversation, and just women's sports in general. I should say really quick, because I was focused on introducing all of you. I didn't introduce myself in any detail. I am Frank Gregory. I am the social media intelligence practice lead at NorthStar Solutions Group. What we do is we are a third-party consultancy that focuses on strategy execution. And for my specific department, what that means for social media intelligence is that we help agencies, brand marketers, and research firms execute on their social media analytics strategy. So maybe they don't have the tools that we have. And so they're able to come to us and we can do the analysis for them. Maybe they have the tools, but everyone is slammed, right? No one has time to really dive into the tools and pull out the insights. And that's where we can be an extension of their team in that way. We do a lot of research, by no means exclusive to the sports category. So we are working on everything from the chicken sandwich wars, who's got a better chicken sandwich, KFC versus Popeyes, analyzing that, and then switching gears, and the next day we're analyzing perceptions of the COVID vaccine. So extremely important topics. Anything that can be plugged into a social analytics tool to analyze conversation, we're doing so. Of course, any cultural moment like March Madness is a big deal as well, because it's a area where brands naturally have an opportunity to engage an audience. So, with that, I think there's a few different topics that we definitely will be hitting on throughout the day. In terms of of course, we already kind of mentioned, and Matthew already kind of mentioned, the inequity that we saw in women's sports, and specifically the women's basketball players that found that their weight room and training facility and swag bag discrepancies were pretty distinct compared to the men's when they first got to Indianapolis for the March Madness kind of bubble that they're in. That got taken to social media. And it exploded into a whole, very important conversation around the inequity that they were seeing, and ultimately it led to a lot of key influencers, both on the men's and women's side, to engage in that conversation, to ultimately point out that this isn't just a one-time thing, that there's been this inequity. In actuality, we've been seeing this for years. In the women's game, and it really is a much bigger issue than just a weight room and a swag bag, right? I think the famous coach Gino from UConn, women's basketball coach, he actually weighed in, even though he unfortunately can't be at the tournament because he's at home. He tested positive for COVID, so he's not with his team. So he joined a virtual interview with some reporters and said, that he's been coaching basketball on the women's side for decades, and he was essentially just shedding light on the fact that right now, because of social media, the players are able to show this, and therefore the players are able to shed light on this issue. But this has been happening since women's basketball began. And so on the NCAA side. And so ultimately, there's a lot of big things we can jump into with this. So ultimately, I would say, Mary, if you want to, give a little bit of, your take on what we've seen over the past couple days in general, from the standpoint of the women's inequity issues, but then, from your sports marketing background, the broader issues, what you see are some of the challenges, and then, maybe some of the opportunities that social media can bring about.
Yeah, I think we always talk about, like, especially at Zoom, we're always talking about purpose-driven content. So is that from brands, companies, et cetera. So we've done a lot of research into when brands, when teams are inserted into a purpose-driven conversation, whether that's like a community aspect, social justice, et cetera, we see the value in their digital assets that are promoting these things. So we actually just did, and I can share my screen. We just showed through our platform, we saw that Dick's Sporting Goods and we saw Tonal and Orange Theory all got into the conversation last Thursday, Friday about the inequity in the weight room at the NCAA women's tournament. And so I was very interested in seeing how those individual posts performed. So if I share my screen, I can show you that we looked at each of those 3 posts and saw that Tonal's one singular post has a social value of over $10,000. Dick's Sporting Goods, $80,000 and a 1.51% engagement rate on that post, which is higher than their average posts on a daily basis. And then Orange Theory, just in a reply tweet, garnered over $3,000 in social value. Just being able to check that out and, like, maybe these were risky things, for Dick's Sporting Goods or Tonal to get into this conversation from a standpoint of, like, their social manager, marketing, whatever, that they can then go to the head of marketing at Dick's Sporting Goods and say, no, us getting into conversations like this will only benefit us, not take away from our overall, marketing mission. So I think that was something that we were really intrigued about and something we're constantly looking at. Yeah, but I mean, the inequity is obviously terrible, but the conversations that are now able to be had because of social media will now be able to shed a light, give a platform to these female athletes, et cetera.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I totally agree, and it's something that with your tool able to actually quantify that, right? Quantify the value, to show a marketing exec that might be worried about the negativity that they might receive on social. Well, don't just think about the sentiment of the conversation that you're going to receive in reply, but also think about the value from a dollar perspective,
Yeah.
and from a brand good perspective, that long term this is going to be an important stance that you take, even if in the short term you might get some nasty tweets in reply.
Yes, and later on I can dive more into our audience affinities, where we can then show the crossover between the female NCAA women's tournament audience on social, and then now probably their affinity for Dick's Sporting Goods has increased, as well as was always there. You know what I'm saying? So being able to cross-reference that and see that you're gaining a new type of audience through using your platform for something like this. We've seen in women's soccer, we've seen in women's hockey, and brands are starting to see that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Nerissa, I would love to get your take on just the importance of brands being able to engage these types of conversations and kind of have the courage to say, you know what, okay, this might be kind of a controversial conversation that we're trying to dive into, but we need to do this because it's the right thing to do and think long term.
I believe it's extremely important for people to engage in these conversations. However, I would like for them to say it's the right thing to do prior to something hitting the fan. Mm-hmm. That way it can be more authentic, more genuine, and something that people can actually, like, in a good way, raise an eyebrow towards. When Mary was going through her slides regarding like tonal or Orange Theory and sporting goods, I remember looking at those same tweets and just wondering about the taking advantage of the situation in some cases, and with Mary showing the dollar amount and then the percent engagement, I think was the percentage point, and seeing that Dick's was the highest, I wasn't surprised. The reason for that was because it's a sporting goods store. If they don't have a sponsorship with the NCAA or a connection with the NCAA, them coming up with U-Haul trucks and saying, hey, where do we need to deliver, is a similar method as when there's a natural disaster and people are providing food and supplies of that nature. For Tonal, as an example, because they have they've been having some challenges of their own with their delivery of clients, for them to step into the conversation, it was, I would say, lesser received, because most of the chatter online was like, well, how can you deliver something to San Antonio when I've been waiting a month for my delivery and I still don't know when my delivery is coming to my home? So that's the part where it's like, it's really great for these brands to jump into the conversation. I hope that they just don't tiptoe in it for the next couple of weeks, but I really hope that they continue to find ways to engage and properly support the women basketball, NCAA, as well as the WNBA moving forward.
Yeah, that is a great point. That what we're seeing right now is reaction to a negative situation that they can help to in the short term help with, right, by bringing more weights and swag bag stuff and showing up with U-Haul trucks and helping the short-term situation. But ultimately, to your point, it's more about ingraining that in your brand from day one, that you are going to be supporting all different aspects of society, and that includes, as a sporting goods store, women's sports, right? And so not being reactive to the situation, but actually being more proactive in having content out there, already from the kind of founding of your brand that supports all aspects of the sports world. And then from there, you can actually then be more authentic in your response to when there is something wrong that happens. Yeah. Very cool. So Dr. Ceyda Mumcu, I just saw you just joined. Let me ask you to unmute if you're there. Can you hear us? Yeah?
Yes, I'm right here. I wasn't able to unmute, but thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for joining. I really appreciate you were able to join us. And I would love to have you just kind of give a little bit of background. I spoke about all the panelists earlier at the very beginning, just in terms of who's going to be joining us, and that you are at New Haven. But give us a little of your background and how you are very much involved in the women's sports world.
Sure. So as you mentioned, I'm an associate professor of sport management at the University of New Haven, but I'm also a former professional basketball player from Turkey. So there's this, great connection as to, my involvement and real great interest in women's basketball, to say. But I will say my interest is not limited to just women's basketball, but I in general study marketing of women's sports, whether it is basketball or soccer or softball or anything in that nature, female athletes, consumers of women's sports, which could be men and women, right? So that's what I do. My scholarly interests lie into the marketing and consumer behavior in women's sports.
Amazing. Yeah. And thank you so much for being on the panel today. And, you are uniquely positioned to be our women's sports expert here. And so I really appreciate you being here. And ultimately, I guess, similar question to that I asked earlier to some of the other panelists. What do you see as some of the, not just like in the last few days challenges, but the longer term challenges that women's sports have, and then the opportunities that social media can provide?
Right. So I do want to start with, we are trying to dismantle this structure that has been established for decades, right? So there's this status quo, which is pretty much somewhat controlling, maybe preventing women's sports to be more popular today. So there is those inherent challenges that we experience as women's sports fans, or, the athletes involved in. So those are there. And I think what we have experienced in the last couple of days through the NCAA's shortfall is a great example of that, right? So that is the, traditional thought process that they had. They didn't even anticipate this being an issue. So that is the real challenge that we are facing and trying to overcome. On the other side, looking at the opportunities, especially tying it to the social media, we definitely see the power of it, right? So digitization of our lives gave power and voice to individuals, student athletes, professional athletes, influencers. People have a chance to react. And with that, every single person has a voice, right? So it becomes a larger population, a larger group of people who are reacting to the issues in society. So I do see social media being very powerful from that perspective, and showing the reaction, the outrage, trying to keep decision makers accountable. So I think there are a great deal of opportunities the social media provides. But in addition to those, I think another unique perspective or an opportunity provided by social media is the data part, especially that relates to women's sports properties or rights holders not having adequate data to work with. So I think that is going to change the industry, and we have started to see some of that with National Women's Soccer League and their success from the pandemic season and moving forward.
I totally agree with that in terms of the data being able to really show you the ways that you can naturally find fits in terms of sponsorships, and naturally find ways to elevate a influential voice, maybe whether it's a player or a coach or someone related to the game, that can step outside of just specifically talking about her sport, but more connect with society on a broader level as an influencer, and then therefore raise awareness of her sport, right? So I think that's definitely a big piece to it. That actually is a good segue to share one piece that we had Matthew on from Talkwalker earlier. And he was starting to kind of introduce us to this the dashboards that we have available to analyze today. And I just wanted to show one piece to this that I thought was probably the most impactful when I first took a look at this dashboard. And so, what he's got here is a dashboard that analyzes the hashtag not NCAA property conversation, as well as the women's inequality conversation. And so for those that aren't aware, Geo Baker from Rutgers on the men's side, he started hashtag not NCAA property, which went viral and really spoke to how, the on the men's side, he was feeling like, they were asked to make sure that there was a season, there was a tournament this year in order to, ensure that the NCAA, makes their money that they need to make on this tournament, when all that they get in return as players is, a hoodie and some swag and maybe a chance to win a championship, but no financial, reward there, and also that NCAA owns their name, image, and likeness. On the opposite side, you saw women's inequality with Sedona Prince from I believe it was Oregon, that she had a tweet that that showed the video of the gym that was given to the women versus the gym that was given to the men, and significant inequity there, to say the least. And that went viral, and that became a pretty large conversation around how even within the way that the NCAA was treating the athletes in general, there also was significant inequity on the women's side versus the men. And the reason I want to bring this up is that, this is, it says here results polling from the 17th through the 19th. Matthew put this together, but I actually just expanded this to today just to take a look. And right here off the bat, in terms of social conversation, you can see, in purple, you have the not NCAA property conversation that Geo Baker on the men's side started. Right. And that sparked a big piece of conversation there. But then as you moved closer to game day, on the women's side, when Sedona tweeted out that video, it exploded conversation. And it kind of overwhelmed the men's not NCAA property conversation, because the fact that I think the men's NCAA property conversation has been there for a while. They've been talking about name, image, and likeness, and how men's basketball, men's football, athletes should be paid for all the revenue and the TV ratings that they're bringing in, right? That's a conversation that's been had for a long time, right? But then what this did, in my opinion, was it shed light for the first time on social media the significant inequity that women's basketball players had versus men, right? I think most people who follow sports in general would agree that they always have known in the back of their head that women's sports don't get as much attention as men. But this was the first moment, at least that I have seen, where a women's inequality issue in sports really exploded the conversation, and kind of drowned out the men's protest that they were having. Not that the men's protest isn't valid. I mean, the name, image, likeness thing is a big deal, but this kind of showed how much bigger the women's issue was. Yeah.
Absolutely. I think I do want to make a couple comments there, going along with you. And I think this is something very important that is showing the public reaction, right? So as you mentioned, like folks like myself and others who have been involved, we are all aware of these disparities, right? So we have seen comments from Don Staley or Muffet McGraw, Gina Oriamo, and they are saying this is nothing new. We have been seeing this, but this has to change. And yet, while, some of those maybe for the previous generations were more normalized, society today and the younger talents and new generations are reacting very differently, right? Social media gave us that power. So, and that is showing, maybe the, small populations or small group of people like ourselves, we were well aware and we were actively trying to make a change. But now the social media allows it to, become more aware of, the availability of the information and recognition of the issues are more prevalent. So it is expanding and spreading around, which gives us more power towards bringing some change. It is actually nice to see.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add in to that was the hashtag not NCAA property. It did go crazy on social. But from what I was seeing is like a lot of the people that picked it up were already like sports agents, lawyers, people already in the NIL conversation. And as we know, that's been a very polarizing topic for a while, where people do have their like strong beliefs for both sides. But I think why the women's inequality issue really overtook the conversation was because there's no two sides to that. Like that is abhorrently like a terrible gym that they were given. Anyone can see that regardless of who they are, what their beliefs are, if they even support women's sports. You need more than one rack of dumbbells, you know, like just that huge issue was like a no-brainer that someone would support that. Whereas the NIL, like I mentioned, is more of like a polarizing thing, and also a conversation that's been going on for years, you know, like, and it's had a platform. The women's inequality has not had a platform or come to such light, you know, and I think that's why also that those things kind of went crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean, you can't deny a video that shows such huge discrepancies, right? And so, kudos to the women's athletes that actually not just talked about it, but showed it on a video to make it very clear for everyone to see the discrepancy that was happening. So that, to your point, I mean, the name, image, likeness conversation has always been a debate amongst people who are already kind of in the sports marketing world, versus this was a much bigger thing to kind of have the world see, right at the moment where the NCAA was trying to kind of celebrate the fact that, hey, we made it. We've got a March Madness tournament, right? There was a chance there wasn't going to be a tournament like last year with COVID, and instead they wanted to celebrate the fact that there was a tournament. Well, yes, there's a tournament, but there's a significant misstep that was made when they didn't think about how to support all the athletes on both sides, men's and women's, equally.
Well, and they've gotten away with it for years because these athletes didn't have a platform to share it. And now they have a platform. They have TikTok, they have Snapchat, they have Twitter, they have Instagram, they have Facebook, they have YouTube pages. So the NCAA is living in a time where athletes didn't have that, where they didn't even have the ability to take pictures of, what was going on. That's the time that NCAA is living in. The reality of the time is that they have the ability to share it with millions of people within seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And I think one attachment to that is how Sedona Prince posts something and it gets retweeted by Steph Curry or ESPN makes a big difference, right? So if you look at Sedona Price, I think her advertising value increased quite a bit at this point, right? From a few days ago to today with that, retweets. So she's in a different place with her own personal brand. But, those retweets and extension of the first post makes a big difference both for the athlete and for the public knowledge.
Yeah, good, Nerissa.
I was just going to say I absolutely agree with what Dr. Ceyda as well as Mary had mentioned regarding the platforms that they have available to them today, such as social media, being able to amplify that message. When I was on a college campus in Ann Arbor, that was when the Fat Five was prevalent, and I was going to their basketball games. And this is where they had their own NIL issues and complaints, but it couldn't get as much traction because there wasn't a way to expedite the sharing of information at that point in time. I'll date myself a little bit for those who don't want to count the years, but email was just coming out on colleges at that point in time. And I got my first email address during the Fab Five era. And so between then and now, and just seeing how in a matter of hours, not even days, some disparity was able to be shared and amplified is really important. Now, the problem that I do see with this is really just the problem that's innate with social media in general, which is people don't read, or people don't fully understand before they start engaging and commenting on what's happening. So for example, when I was reading through, I think it was an ESPN tweet, and it was of the video of Sedona Price, and looking at the comments, there was one Twitter profile where he's going like, well, why do they need a gym? Why don't they just go ahead and just go to the other one? And another person had to educate him, going like, San Antonio is a pretty long way from Indianapolis. You know, and this is where people, you know, and reading through the comments, that the profile, it was a male, he did apologize and own his own naivete, but because he was just like, I don't understand, why don't they just go over there, and who's working out before a game? It's like, it's not that simple. And so some people don't fully understand what's happening, because with social media, there's so much distraction and so much noise. They're just skimming and not really diving deep enough to understand the issue at hand.
Yeah, that's a great point. People just see a headline, and then they don't actually dig into the detail, and so they don't know necessarily if they're only just kind of a casual viewer or casual kind of stumbler upon of the conversation, they might not understand the significance of the issue. I think one piece that I found as I was preparing for this, because I am a diehard college basketball fan. I have been a men's college basketball fan my entire life, and I went to Virginia Tech, so I've been going to games for them. I also, of course, grad school VCU, went to every game on the men's side. I've been to a few women's basketball games, but I was trying to think about how me as a diehard fan would be able to get into a big moment like this with Women's March Madness. And I started to think about discoverability. Right. And so I was looking at, I have my ESPN app, I have my CBS Sports app, I have all this stuff. And I was thinking about how, okay, when I open my CBS Sports app, I am immediately prompted with, check your bracket, Men's March Madness. Right. Then not only just to be able to follow along as I was playing with my kids yesterday and trying to see what was going on in the women's tournament, I had to then go to other sports. So like I scrolled all the way through like men's college basketball, NFL, NBA, all the different things that I follow. And then I had to go to other sports to find the category for women's basketball. And then from there, I clicked on it, and then I could see, oh, here's the bracket. Awesome. But my point is that there's a discoverability issue as well when you're talking about not just the adult diehards like me that just love sports and would love to kind of find out, hey, there's a really great game going on the women's side, I want to see it, and have that be buried in the app. But then also thinking about the younger generation of sports fans that are, they want to get into sports, but the only things they see front and center are the men's sports. And so inherently, they're only going to think about the men's sports, and then it becomes a vicious cycle. And then it also got me thinking about the power of social media. To make an analogy, the women's sports being kind of buried on the apps is similar to how the parent handles of at ESPN, at CBS Sports, et cetera, they are pushing out men's content all the time, and they've got sub handles for the women's sports, right? At ESPNW for women's sports, right? And so there is a onus on not just the app developers, which is the main way that we get content now on our phones from a sports score and news perspective, but then also on the social media managers for those content distributors to put the women's content on the main handle as well, so that people can, if the only thing that I follow is at ESPN and not ESPNW or ESPNU or whatever, then I need to be able to see women's content so I can discover it. So I think that's an issue that I kind of stumbled upon yesterday as I was trying to find out what was going on in the women's tournament.
I think, I mean, I don't think we have enough time to, address every issue that you identified, but I'll try to respond to that briefly. You identified two issues. So one is gender marking, right? So you're talking about ESPNW or Women's Final Four, Women's World Cup, right? So, but when you hear the men's side, the men's is not even labeled with, right? So it creates the men's event being the mainstream and the women's as an extension to it, right? So that is one of the issues that women's sports experience as a whole overall, right? So if March Madness is available for use for both men's and women's, then why women's Final Four has been kept from using that as a branding tactic for years. So those are already there, and those are, when you ask me what challenges are there, these are all challenges, and I try to give you one sentence in saying we're trying to overcome the status quo and the system that has been established, but these are all part of it, right? So gender marking makes and creates an issue as you are not the mainstream event because you're labeled as women's event, right? So that's already a problem. And so the second one that you're identifying is discoverability issue, not being able to find content. And I'm sure that you guys might have come across, but the research shows the 4% of entire media content, sport media content, is devoted to women's sports. So it is so minuscule. So obviously with that, it is a large issue. And if you look at women's sports as a niche sport, then it has the issue of they have, unfortunately, the burden of finding ways to push their own content out with the limited resources they have. So that also creates, added challenges and obstacles on top of it. Definitely media stakeholders. If you look at, again, the industry data, 1% of sponsorship dollars goes to women's sports. So, overall, there's so much room. Just a little bit of improvement can make a huge difference. And, media, brands, they all have to come together, and there is definitely interest. I mean, I can go on, but I will stop.
Yeah, for sure. I 100% agree. And as a case study, we can use the NWSL. Once their games were being played on national television, the engagement they got on social media was crazy. And we have done reports on them as well. I think another thing that you brought up was like in the apps and whatever, but I think it also falls on the NCAA. So if the NCAA is not promoting them, why should ESPN be taking that on, or CBS or whomever? I have the NCAA tournament app.
Absolutely.
And they have nothing about women, nothing. ESPN at least has another tab you can go to. The NCAA March Madness app has nothing about the women's tournament. So why should anyone else care if the NCAA themselves, who is the governing body of this tournament and is making the money from this tournament and funneling everything from this tournament, it starts there. It really starts there. And then like we mentioned, the discoverability will follow once they're put on television, once they're put on these apps, once, it's part of March Madness, you know, like using that brand that already exists on the men's side to promote everything else.
But Mary, oh, go ahead, Kayte.
That's okay. Thank you. And I have literally 5 more minutes and I have to jump myself really quick, but I wanted to piggyback on what Mary was saying is that what I often hear and see in terms of when we talk about women's sports is a lot of the same gender conversation we have with women in general. Why do you have to call out that it's a woman? Why do you have to call out that it's women's sports? Well, because there's so much indebted inequality within the organizations that we have to call out the separations. And then even when we're calling out the separations, it's almost always negative. Like right now, I would love to see by Thursday, the chart that you were sharing earlier, Frank, where right now everything's like negative to neutral. Are we going to get into the green? Is there going to be positive conversations about women's sports by the end of this week? Or are we going to be overclouded by this inequality issue for the 2021 March Madness season with women's sports? Like that's my personal goal. I can't obviously achieve that like myself, but I really want to see us get into the green, get into the positive space to help further the advancement of all women's sports and not being overshadowed by a men's scandal.
Yeah. No, and thank you so much. So Kayte, just for everybody, so Kayte is a panelist that can be on for like another minute. So sorry about the technical difficulties earlier, but Kayte is the director of the Innovation Center at Insights Now. Joined us for the Super Bowl webinar about a month ago, and so really glad to have her on to talk about her perspective from the marketing research side. And so Kayte, thanks very much for being here. Cool.
Also, if we have the time, I'd like to show, I just went through and was able to pull up Sedona Prince's original tweet where she shared her TikTok of the weight room. So I'm going to show you.
Absolutely.
Oh, sorry.
And feel free after that to go into to your piece in terms of some of the takeaways you've had.
Oh yeah, it is 1 o'clock. Okay. So if you guys can see my screen, we're able to go back and see her original tweet and put a value to this tweet. So it's $5.7 million was the social value that we saw from this tweet. Impressions, 263 million, engagements, 807. So, I mean, you obviously have seen people like Steph Curry and all these people engaging with her post and blowing it up, but to be able to really show like the numbers to it, I think is even more powerful. And like I think Dr. Mumcu said, is her brand now is so strong. People know her name, you know what I'm saying? So even by her getting into these conversations and having these purpose-driven conversations herself, you know, her brand is now very powerful as well. Like these numbers, like don't happen to even brand accounts on a singular post. Like, I just want to make that very clear. Like this is really something. But yeah. And then if anyone has any questions, please let me know on that. But then I want to show you guys, just to get back into like more of just like the conversation on the teams themselves. I know we really started digging deep into this inequality issue, but I think it's also cool to just see kind of like how Matt was saying, the women's, you know, tournament, we do see like the top teams throughout the regular season are then the top teams within the tournament. And I wanted to show a report we had where we can. Yeah.
Before you show that report,
yeah,
I don't know if you have any data that would tie into this, and I would definitely be interested in Jada's take as well. You had mentioned earlier, Mary, regarding the March Madness brand. And similarly to Frank, I've been a college basketball fan forever since I was a kid, hence why I got season tickets once I got to Michigan. But one of the things I did not really know, or it didn't click, was that March Madness is not associated with the NCAA women's basketball team. And I didn't know that until I think it was either the end of February or beginning of March, because I was prepping to do some social posting for a board that I'm on that's related to the university. And I was going like, what? Okay, March Madness is on the guys' site, but it's not on the women's basketball site. And I'm wondering if there's any data or connections that you can show when people are speaking about women's basketball, and if they're making the same assumption I have over the years that March Madness, because I say, hey, you doing a March Madness bracket for the women's team as well? And like, I've been saying that for years, not realizing that it wasn't a connection. And I'm wondering if there's an opportunity there for the NCAA to correct itself.
Yeah.
Because the sentiment is there.
Yeah. So I will say, like, I noticed that myself when I was building the feeds for our women's tournament and our men's tournament. So I went directly to the NCAA women's basketball account to see like their sanctioned hashtags that they use for the women's tournament. And I was like, wait, it's like, they don't even have like Final Four. They don't even have like Sweet 16. Like, it's just hashtag NCAAW. That's all. And like you said, Nerissa, like the opportunity is there. Like, all they have to do is roll with it. And they already only use, like, from a sponsorship perspective, it's all the same sponsors for men's and women's. Like, I think the opportunity even exists from a sponsorship standpoint, because we all know the NCAA loves money and sponsorship. We can show that they can target different brands. If they want to call it something else, they can call it something else, target different brands that have similar audience affinities within the women's basketball audience, that then they can start making money off of that. Call it whatever you want to call it, because you're not calling it March Madness, and go from there. But if you're just using the same, like, Capital One, the same sponsors that are for the men's, it makes no sense that you're not using the same hashtags, the same even account. The same March Madness account should be tweeting about the women's, like, it's just wild to think about. And no one really stops to think about it until you're on the side that we all are, where even from like a business perspective, a sponsorship perspective, all these things, there's so much opportunity. And if anyone knows anyone at the NCAA league office, you can tell them to call me, because we can do all of this for them, where we can show the crossover of the brands that specific audience has. I mean, we saw it with, not to keep bringing up the NWSL, but we saw it with them. Like, months before, we did this audience report where we saw that NWSL fans were like crazy higher affinity for Starbucks. Okay. So we saw this months ago, and we're like, man, Starbucks really needs to sponsor, go into sponsorship in the NWSL. A couple months ago, they did. And so it's now brands are seeing that, one, the purchasing power of these female audience members, the women in the household, these fans have this purchasing power that's going untapped. I just went on a whole rant, but like you said, Nerissa, like, the data is there, first of all. The sponsorship opportunities are there, second of all, that they're not tapping into. And the like naming and hashtag and all that stuff needs to also be talked about when we talk about these inequality conversations. But now I'll go back and show you our dashboard.
Yeah, real quick, Mary, before you jump into the dashboard, and yeah, totally agree with everything you just said. So thank you for kind of taking us through that. Real quick, I know Dr. Mumcu, do you need to jump off? You're going to be joining us later on though, but I know you need.
I will just make a couple of comments to Mary's, description of what's going on and how it could be better. And I will echo the, same sentiment. And I do want to say the business model needs to change, right? So far women's events have been presented as the sidekick of the men's events and incorporated into media rights deals, sponsorships, right? So it turns out your inventory is included in something that's sold as a whole, and you are having a hard time showing value, right? So we have to recognize, maybe decades ago, it was initially done that way with the assumption that there was no interest in women's sports and there was not enough room in programming. In today's technology, there's a lot of different avenues to stream and broadcast and include or increase the programming. So I think we definitely need to sell women's rights separately, women's games rights separately, both for media aspects and a sponsorship aspect. I think there's definitely room for that, in my opinion. And that is about changing the business model and changing the perspective, understanding women and women events actually provide value. With that, I will join back again later during the day, and so nice to meet you all and talk to you soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll see you a little bit later on this afternoon.
All right. Bye everyone for now.
All right, bye.
So I'll just piggyback off of one of my points about the audience needing to be tapped in to. So we're able to analyze our audience that we have of social users, and then we can have a baseline of the general US sports fan. So in other terms, we're comparing women's NCAA fans to the general United States sports fan. So I'll show you this dashboard that we can then go into a lot of different nitty-gritty things, you would say. So we can see the female sports fan that exists against our baseline of the US sports fan. 29.8% of US sports fan are female, but 43% of NCAA women's sports fans are female. So I think like we said before, we're showing that these women are fans of this and they have this purchasing power as well. We can go into where they're located, if they're millennials, Gen X, Gen Z. I think the Gen X is very informative because we see that that's a baseline against the US sports fan. So if you're a company that wants to tap into the female Gen X market, I like the opportunity is there. We can see their interests and passions. We see they love music, they love sports, obviously. And then we can see other accounts that they follow. But then what I think is really interesting is we can go into their values. We can see, and then, so this is where I think it's interesting, where we can see business decision maker, like I was saying, purchasing power, 1.3 times. And then we can see different food and beverages. So if you're like a Starbucks, you're whoever, a beer brand even could tap into this market. And it just goes on from here. And then we also are able to deep dive in and see specific brands that we would have a crossover with. So I'd be able to go in and see, the affinity of this audience for Dick's Sporting Goods, or the affinity of this audience for Southwest Airlines, Pepsi, Coke, which is so valuable for, like I said, the NCAA to go to sponsors, or even, individual teams to go to sponsors. So, again, like we said, it's I'll use the example that for a long time, digital was just a thrown in kind of asset when even professional sports were doing sponsorship. So the Bucks or whoever would have a sponsorship deal with Pepsi, and it would be all arena signage was like the biggest part of their deal. And then a social post would just go in as a free add-on. I think that's a parallel to what we're seeing now with women's basketball. Is they're the free add-on to these sponsorship deals, and that needs to change because we have the data to support that people are interested in women's basketball. It's not just a side thought or an afterthought. And I think we saw with the digital example, we saw the pandemic really accelerated that change. And I think we're seeing it now with social media, with the women's example. This inequality is really creating these conversations that needed to be had 20 years ago, but are now happening. And like she said before, like the business model now needs to change when it comes to sponsorship activations and things like that.
Yeah, you make a really good point. I mean, the piece about understanding the specific audience that's into women's basketball and women's sports in general is so important, as opposed to just thinking about it as, okay, we're just going to tack this on as a part of the overall sponsorship package, because of the fact that it very well can be that it's a different audience. It probably is, right? And so and especially when you start to use a tool like Zoom to look at a affinity between, okay, let's look at people who follow at NCAA, WBB, and this brand, right? To see, okay, what's the overlap here? And that's something that, by the way, for everyone listening, I'm going to get into a little bit later on, using Zoom to kind of plug in NCAA, WBB, and see what are some of the brand opportunities that are out there, besides Dick's Sporting Goods and some of the others that have engaged. So I think it's extremely important to look at the data that we now have based on what brands people are into, what their general interests are, what TV shows they watch, what movies, what sports leagues they follow, et cetera, to really see the value and the power of social media from a brand sponsorship perspective, not just from a player perspective, like Sedona's tweet this week, but like from a brand perspective and a marketing perspective. This is a big opportunity that's really untapped right now.
Yeah, 100%. 100% agree with you. And I think even like using a tool like ours for a specific school, like I know when I was at Marquette, we had our sponsorship deals were being sold just as a Marquette Athletics. Like if you sign this sponsorship deal, you're just sponsoring Marquette Athletics as a whole. So you're going to be slapped on any sport. I mean, the whole point of Zoom is that you're doing smarter sponsorships and creating these smarter partnerships with brands that make sense and can truly impact your ROI, not just what you think your fan would like or what you think would be beneficial for you or your brand. It's about knowing, like, this is an untapped market that we want to get into because they have funds to spend with our company and our brand. So we're going to do a partnership with them that would make sense. And spend money smartly when it comes to those kind of deals as well. To go into a different direction, I think we had started off the conversation talking about the different teams and the powerhouses that exist within women's basketball. So I also wanted to show a report of the top women's teams on social. So we can show, this is throughout the last 2 months. So let me show you this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's just interesting to show like the powerhouses on the court are also obviously going to be the powerhouses on social. So here we rank them. We have South Carolina, then UConn, Baylor, Tennessee, Stanford, Maryland. So like this top 10 like is very interesting because they're also pretty much the top 10 within the tournament seeds, you know? So we can even show that like it's so beneficial to invest in a great program because they get crazy high engagement rates, UConn being obvious. Their fans are super interactive with their content, and the social value is there in these teams and within a month, you know, around the postseason. So these are all also things to think about when it comes to schools themselves investing in a good coach and investing in good players at their team, and making sure those players are happy at UConn or South Carolina. And then seeing that worth of having a great program, you know, having a great women's basketball program is not only going to, you know, make your fans happy, but it's also going to get people talking about your school. So from an even like a university standpoint, it's like, oh, you know, this is great for recruiting regular students, and things like that. I think just like the impact is very far reaching, and it's important to have these conversations and know the data behind it, because like I said, like your women's team is not just a free buy one, get one free add-on. Like they are impactful, they're important, and they can drive revenue, because I know that is like something that's always said is, you know, they're not making the money for the NCAA, but like we have said many times in this webinar, it's like the business model is not there to let them. And so with that, I will stop sharing, and thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mary, thank you so much for sharing that data. It just piqued questions for me. One question I was wondering, because you're just looking at the last month of data, the last 30 days. And when you're leading up to a tournament, the chatter on the top teams are always going to be high. And I was curious to know, have you or Zoom looked at it from like the beginning of the basketball season, for example, or like just all year round, to see if those same teams are investing, or if it's more the fans, because it's like, hey, we're going to the tourney again, everything's looking great. And so I was just wondering if there was a mix up in where the teams lie when you change the dates.
Yeah, I think we see like engagement rate is something that's really important to look at. So that's from the whole season, like that's the average engagement rate that they're getting. And so if I rank these teams based off of that, we can see, one second. We can see like how their fans are engaging, how non-fans are engaging. Because you could be a great team, but if people aren't engaging with your content.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I was wondering about like, is it just because, okay, it's closer to a big event?
No, but I think like you've seen all year, people are talking about UConn women's basketball and South Carolina women's basketball. I think like the conversation exists.
Sorry, I'm chuckling because I'm like, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
But that's because I'm a Michigan Wolverine, so I've been focused on the Wolverines and Naz and Leia and the rest of the team playing.
I think one piece that is really interesting that Mary brought up is, you know, of course the teams that have the best chance of winning because they have the strongest team, that, you know, they are the most likely to have the most social conversation. But, you know, another thing that I was thinking about as I was preparing for this is around the the idea of, I know from being a men's college football fan, I know that the payouts for winning your conference and going to the college football playoff, et cetera, they support the entire conference, right? And the entire conference gets a percentage of that that can help with recruiting, and it can help with funding the athletic department, all that kind of stuff. It can help with the ability to have a really strong social media team, right, et cetera. But then on the women's side, when I was kind of researching this, the women's college basketball payouts are not the same. The team that wins, that athletic department gets a payout, but it's not like conference wide. And you see what that sees to me is that there's an even bigger discrepancy in terms of the haves and the have-nots on the women's basketball side. And what it can create is a situation where, as I was just kind of thinking through what can get a casual sports fan into women's college basketball. Well, on the men's side, there were like 7 or 8 big upsets in the first round, right? On the women's side yesterday, as I was flipping through, I was like, come on, give me an upset, give me something, give me something. And there were the higher seeded team won every time. And that from a casual fan perspective, you're missing out on the chance to get someone to be like, oh man, there's a really close game, like a 15 seed's about to beat a 1. I know nothing about women's college basketball, but I want to see the 15 beat the 1, so I'm going to tune in, right? And so what that leads me to is if the teams that have the best chance of winning the games historically, because they have the best recruiting and all that kind of stuff, and they get the most social conversation, they also get the full payout, then you're never going to be able to get a more like kind of a better parity in the game, which can lead to more upsets. It can lead to a smaller school being able to create really interesting social content to get people talking about them, not just about UConn, right? So like it made me think about all the different levers of how to get more parity in the game, which can get more parity in the financial investment in the game across all the different athletic departments, and then get the fans involved.
See, that's interesting, Frank, because I think it goes beyond just the upsets, because that's waiting until the dance starts. This is where I think it becomes before that, and having the same type of exposure or similar exposure that you give to different players on the men's side, on the women's side. There are some fantastic basketball players who just happen to be women.
Yep.
And their names aren't as well known because they're not talked about in the media for all of the things that, like Mary had brought forth earlier regarding the NCAA app, and what you had mentioned, Frank, regarding ESPN or CBS Sports and how you have to hunt, is even like on the search engine. Earlier, I was going like, okay, well, let me just see if there's any other chatter other than the women's inequity. And there really wasn't nothing about the games. Like, they had the scores, but there weren't any highlights that came up without you having to click on a link. And then for the right side, where it has additional, I was looking at Bing just for clarity, where it had additional information. I specifically looked up NCAA women's basketball, and what they showed in the right-hand margin was men's NCAA basketball. And I'm just going like, huh, even the men get the search profile. So part of it I'm thinking is just bringing or highlighting more of the players, getting them more exposure. And then when it comes down to the dollar amount, I'm unfortunately not surprised. And that's because it just falls to gender pay inequality. So I see it very similar.
Yep. Yeah, great point. I mean, it speaks to, and the NCAA are investing more in the keywords from an SEO perspective for the men's side to drive more for them. And that's why you got men's results on the right side there of your search when you were looking for the women's. So yeah, and you're right. I mean, having a storyline throughout the year about the really strong women's basketball players. There's a lot of amazing freshman basketball players across the big teams that are really being highlighted right now, but they've had a story all year. And so, making sure to highlight them throughout the season and get them, have them be more discoverable throughout the season, not just in this one moment, this one weekend of March Madness. Mary, we're going to show something on your
Yeah, so just to answer your question, I ranked them by engagement rate, and then I went back to November 28th, which was like the first games of the season. And you see like UConn is still number one, but I think like also going back is like, I'm obviously not a casual fan. Like I'm a very like intense women's basketball fan. So I'm seeking it out. I think where it really all like comes back down to is like tapping into the casual women's basketball fan. And I think that's where like both of your statements come into play. It's like, I'm seeing this content because I seek it out, but how do we get that content in front of people that aren't seeking it out? And that's just how it needs to be changed. We saw like, I think we've seen like over the years, we've seen like obviously great women's basketball players. But I think the shift is coming because Paige Bueckers off of UConn is already like, we did a post about like 6 days ago where we analyzed her social media and like mentions of her, everything like that. And we saw there were almost 3,000 posts about her within this season. So from this November 28th date till 6 days ago, 3,000 people were talking about this girl, and I feel like she's becoming a household name. She's garnered like 16.4 million impressions just about her, with like a very high engagement rate. So again, we're showing them value in these individual players. We're showing that value in their teams. And, like she has over $758,000 in social value. Like that's huge. And that's where brands one day will be able to tap into her. And then the brands will be able to give her an even bigger platform than just the everyday media. But yeah, I think obviously my time is up, but like we said, like the discoverability needs to be there. The brands need to be there. The NCAA needs to get there as well. So yeah. I look forward to hearing the rest of the conversations. I hope that everything I said made some sort of sense. I think the youth platform is like what's going to help get us there, because like we say every single day within my job, it's like no one can argue with data. Like they could have argued 2 years ago when they didn't have the data to support this engagement rate, or the data to support the millions of people that are, engaging in this type of content, or the type of people that are engaging with this type of content. So, data talks, money talks, just, these brands and leagues and people just need to get there.
Yeah. And you're not just showing the engagement and the number of people that are talking, but you're actually putting a dollar value on that, which is what's going to ultimately speak to the executives that are making decisions on, what do we sponsor this year in the sports world in general? Oh, wow. Well, you know what? We actually could be sponsoring women's sports because look at the value that just one player in Paige Bueckers is bringing to the table, right? Let alone an entire team's worth of social handles or an entire conference or whatever it may be. So, the fact that you're actually putting a dollar value to that is amazing.
And like knowing that it's an untapped market, I think is really beneficial to think about as a brand, that this is an untapped group of people that are fans of this sport that you could get your brand in front of, and they would have so much love for your brand because they see that you're investing in women's sports. Like they saw the women's, again, to bring up NWSL, Budweiser became a presenting sponsor of a women's soccer league. The women that like just became freaky fans of Budweiser after that, like, was crazy. So the value, like, it pays for themselves, like, because you're investing in women's sports.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
It really is. It's an untapped market. And it's not just an untapped market that can bring a lot of impact for the brand and for the sport, but also it's the right thing to do. So I really appreciate you showing us this. And yeah, if you have more time later on, feel free to drop back in at whatever point. We're going to be around until 5 o'clock. And I will be also, singing the praises of Zoom throughout the day, because I have a portion coming up where I'm going to actually plug in the NCAA women's basketball handle and just see, okay, let's just play around and see what brands naturally pop, right? Yeah. And those are the brands that should be right now in this moment engaging with the conversation about the tournament.
Yeah, and paying sponsorship money.
Exactly.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. Have a great one.
You too. Cool. Yeah. So what were your thoughts on the last little piece that Mary was showing there, Nerissa?
Found it really intriguing. I'm always a fan of data. One of the thoughts that did pop into my mind when she was talking about the opportunities that brands have in order to engage with the women's teams and the women of the NCAA period is the pipeline opportunity. Speaking about basketball specifically, and going back to my earlier statement as far as highlighting the players more on the women's side than they have in the past, because some of those women will have opportunities to go into the WNBA. And if these brands do decide to engage early on and find opportunities to get in front of this still unfully tapped into audience, as Mary was describing them as the casual watcher who's not necessarily seeking out the NCAA women's basketball games, then that will be a more natural pipeline to follow some of those players into the Women's National Basketball Association games.
Yeah, you're right. It's getting in on the ground floor before they become superstars on the WNBA side, and ultimately, I mean, the other piece to the social data is that when you're looking at these tools, it's not just about being able to plug in a handle for a league or a handle for a brand, et cetera. But you can also plug in the handle for an influencer, right? Mm-hmm. And you can start to see, okay, who's following Paige Bueckers right now, right? What are the interests besides college basketball? What are the interests of her fans right now, right? And so before she even is a part of the WNBA, you can already see, okay, we have an opportunity because her fans are fans of our brand, and so we should be engaging with her right now so that we can then, it becomes a natural fit when she is a WNBA star. And, ultimately, if she hasn't heard of our brand, we can introduce her to our brand so that, hopefully she becomes an authentic fan of our brand, not just someone that we're paying to say that, our brand's great, but, more that she has a chance to actually see our brand. And maybe that becomes a natural avenue for her to continue to advocate for the brand throughout her WNBA career in the same way that the brand's advocating for her, Yeah,
absolutely. This is one of the other reasons why I'm going back towards the beginning of our conversation where there was talk about the NIL, the name, image, and likeness issue, and how that's pretty prevalent on the men's basketball side, but it is not really talked about on the women's. It's like the hashtag not property of NCAA, I believe is the correct way of saying it. Correct me.
Yep.
Okay. And that's not really a hashtag that's actively being used on the women's sports side. And it just goes back to, it's because individual players and teams aren't really, their names, image, and likeness aren't really being promoted, aren't being talked about. So they don't have that same concern as what's happening on the men's side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that, not NCAA property.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I mean, ultimately, you're right, because of the fact that the name, image, and likeness changes that are hopefully going to be coming soon to the college game are going to immediately benefit college football and men's college basketball more than the other sports, because of the business model that is currently in place. With visibility and discoverability for those two sports versus every other sport, it makes sense that the not NCAA property conversation isn't being talked about as much on the women's side, because it's almost like, well, the low hanging fruit for name, image, and likeness would be, okay, the athletes that are playing football for a university, or that are a star men's college basketball player that's on TV every day and being talked about on ESPN, they're the ones that are going to immediately be able to take advantage. But really, if you flip that and you start now before those name, image, and likeness changes start, if you flip that to be able to make women's college basketball and women's sports in general more discoverable, then they can take advantage of the licensing rights to their name, image, and likeness from day one, and actually start to drive revenue for themselves, which drives revenue for the sport and the university. And it just, it kind of levels the playing field.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say from a strategic approach, a brand who is willing to be that pioneer in a very authentic and real way. I'm gonna go back to Dick's Sports. Yes, it was an opportunity for them to engage into what was like a situation that happened as far as the fitness equipment not being the same. But this is where I saw it still as an authentic approach to say, well, how can I help? How can I assist? And there was one other thing that you were mentioning when you were talking about the men's sports and the NIL and them having a greater opportunity to financially benefit from it, which I think is absolutely true. I think that would be true even beyond football and basketball. Like those are the biggest sports for the majority of schools. But thinking about Michigan, for example, and their hockey team and them going to the Frozen Four in prior years and things of that nature, and just trying to figure out what women's sport would most likely dominate or at least be in the lead compared to a men's from the NIL. And I was thinking about gymnastics because I'm a huge Wolverine fan and I follow a multitude of different sports. And the one women's thing that comes up more times than not is women's gymnastics. And I figured that that's because the men's gymnastics team, like gymnastics isn't inherently seen as a men's sport that everyone's seeking out to watch. So compared to basketball, football, hockey, wrestling, I was talking about wrestling with somebody recently about a match that happened.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is for specific schools that are good in another sport besides just the stereotypical football and men's basketball. There's opportunities to create more influence for their particular sport when it comes to brand sponsorships and having a brand sponsor someone who is a really great gymnast at Michigan, right? Or a really great wrestler at Virginia Tech, or a really great baseball player at Virginia Tech. I mean, there's a really great baseball team there, and they don't get the same conversation outside of the diehards that the football players do, right? And so you also bring up a really good point in that there's, the conversation we're having right now is about brands that could be engaging in women's college basketball because we're in the middle of March and the tournament. But as of right now today, and knock on wood, there are going to be the Olympics coming up, right? And so leveraging these tools right now to see, okay, who are the natural brands that have a high affinity to any of the star players on the U.S. women's soccer team, right? Or U.S. women's soccer in general, right? Since U.S. women's soccer is already kind of in the spotlight every couple of years when it comes to World Cup and the Olympics, think about women's gymnastics. Think about women's swim and dive, right? There's so many other sports that have influential names that you only hear about like every couple years during the Olympics, or every 4 years, right? But you should be preparing for that now, not just to say, hey, blanket statement, we should sponsor the Olympics, but we should specifically look at the data and see, okay, which Olympic athletes on both the men's and women's side should we be having as influencers working with our brand, and that we should be supporting and sponsoring before the Olympics start.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many opportunities for brands to take a strategic approach to this, especially if they're seeing this as an opportunity to tap into a market that they haven't really dived deep into previously. And just going on with the Olympics, I'm also an Olympic fan. And so at least with that, if they did see, let's say, the NCAA as a gateway, regardless of gender, into Olympic athletes, well, people are just going to hear me keep on talking about Michigan Wolverines. But when it comes to any athlete, and if there's an affiliation with my alma mater, like the chatter that happens, whether it's social media, in person, what have you, just to go like, oh, there's a Wolverine on doing diving today, or there's a Wolverine doing track and field, or there's a Olympic hopeful for gymnastics and she's a Wolverine, and things of that nature. It's like just I don't know, I just see plenty of opportunity for brands to find a way to tap in and really develop it as a pipeline to do it as a pipeline for like brands who aren't able to fund the bigger sponsorships, such as Super Bowl or what have you, but use it as a gateway for them to get into bigger platforms or find a variety of ways to get exposure without having to necessarily invest into becoming an Olympic sponsor.
Yeah.
For example.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, brands that are thinking, okay, well, we don't have the budget to get into the sports marketing world from a sponsorship perspective. They might be missing an opportunity because they're thinking Super Bowl, they're thinking Olympics overall, right? Which is a significant investment. But if you instead think about the individual players that are playing in the Olympics or in March Madness, once name, image, and likeness is different than it is today, then you really can start to have smaller brands have an opportunity to really not just put something out there on social media to say, hey, it's March Madness time. Let's have a bracket, right? But more of actually a sponsorship investment into those smaller schools and those smaller tournaments and those individual players. So yeah, great point. Great point.
Yeah, well, it's been a pleasure. I have to run myself, but definitely enjoyed the conversation with you and the other panelists, and I should be returning in the 3 o'clock hour.
Perfect. That sounds great. We will see you in a little bit.
All right, take care.
All right. Thanks, Nerissa. All right, bye. Yeah, so in terms of the rest of the schedule, so we've had a really great conversation so far. You know, just to recap, we had Matthew Berry from Talkwalker join at the beginning. He's going to be joining again with his colleague Nick Brenner from Talkwalker at 2:30. We're also going to have Dr. Ceyda Mumcu coming back around the 4:30 hour to wrap us up. We just had Kayte Hamilton for a quick minute from Insights Now, and she might be joining later on. Her schedule's kind of in flux today. And then Nerissa Marbury from One Epiphany was on for a good significant amount of time. So really appreciate her time. Coming up next, so I am going to be going through the value of social intelligence. I'm going to be going into the Zoom tool in a moment to show how brands can find those opportunities to engage with the women's college basketball conversation. And then at 2:30, we're going to have a couple panelists join. So like I said, Matthew and Nick from Talkwalker will join at 2:30. We're also going to have Kayte Atkisson, who is a brand marketing executive from Richmond. That's a big UVA fan. She is going to be joining at 2:30, and she'll be with us through the rest of the time. And then at 3 o'clock, Nerissa will be back on, like she just mentioned. And then Joe Quattrone from Sasha Group, which is a part of VaynerMedia. He is going to be joining at 3 o'clock, along with Whit Bansin, who is the CEO of Wild Collective. She'll be joining from the 3 to 4 hour as well. And then, like I said, at 4:30, Dr. Ceyda Mumcu from New Haven will be jumping back in at the end to help wrap things up. In the meantime, I'm going to share my screen really quick, and just if people aren't able to see what's going on in the games, I've had the games on in the background for this entire time, but I will show the audience what's going on here in terms of the scoreboard. Like I was saying earlier on, yesterday there weren't any upsets in the women's tournament. We do have a couple of close games right now that are going on, and hopefully between now and the end of the webinar, we might have an upset. But right now we're seeing a very close game between Rutgers and BYU. That's on ESPNU. We're now seeing that it looks like Georgia's going to take care of Drexel here in the early game on ESPN2. And then now Alabama, this one was very close. I was watching it throughout this time. It looked like North Carolina was hanging with them, but now it looks like Alabama's probably going to pull this out. So I'm actually just while we're talking, I'm going to be switching over to the BYU Rutgers game, because that looks like the closest chance for the first upset of the tournament if BYU can pull this off. But in the meantime, let's get back into the data. So ultimately, I want to very quickly just kind of go over a quick overview of what is social media intelligence, in case anyone that's watching this or watching the recording later has questions about how the data is being pulled. And so ultimately we can just kind of go through the quick overview of what social media intelligence is, and then I'll get into the Zoom tool and our Talkwalker dashboards as well to show how we're leveraging these tools. So in terms of what social media intelligence is, this is a couple slides that I've shown from time to time in different webinars. And so I'm not going to go through every slide here, but I'm just going to kind of go through just a high level. So ultimately, social media intelligence is when you are looking at a broader landscape than just what a brand might be able to see naturally from just having an active social channel, right? So they might only be looking at what's called their owned channel posts. So in this case, this is an NFL example, but if the Patriots, let's say the Patriots didn't have any social intelligence tools at all, well, what they would be able to see is that they are posting and on their @Patriots handle, they are posting content, and then there's own channel mentions. So if someone tags in @Patriots, then they're able to see it. The social media manager at the Patriots will be able to get a notification on their phone and on their handle to be able to see, okay, Joe Smith 25 just tweeted about us, and they tagged us in, right? But what they're missing, unless they have the social intelligence tools, is what I call untagged mentions, and then the broader social web. And so what that means is that untagged mentions might be that someone just doesn't happen to mention the brand. They don't put that @ symbol in front of @Patriots, right? And so because they don't put that @ symbol, the person at the Patriots that handles their social media would not know about Jane Doe 28 that just tweeted about I love my Patriots, etc. They wouldn't know about that unless they were using a tool, at least a Hootsuite or a TweetDeck or something that gives them the ability to just see it, plug in and track anytime someone mentions their brand on social media. But then, more broadly than that, what they would be missing is competitor mentions, right? So the Patriots might want, and I wrote this slide before the NFL season, but the Patriots might have wanted to analyze a conversation where anyone was mentioning Bucks or Buccaneers or Tampa Bay, right? Because Brady switched over to the Bucks, they might want to know what people are saying about them and what ultimately the themes are in that conversation, whether or not people are feeling like the Patriots made a mistake by letting Brady go. Obviously now we know who the Super Bowl winner was, so maybe they did. But regardless, the competitor mentions give you the much broader landscape to keep track of your brand, your competitors. And outside of the sports world, what I do very often is set up this type of tracking for a brand. Like, let's say that they are DoubleTree within the Hilton property of hotel brands. I would set up DoubleTree and grab every mention of DoubleTree, whether or not there's an @ symbol or not, and then I would set up the same type of tracking for their competitors, right? So, Residence Inn or Holiday Inn Express or any of the competitors that they want, Radisson or whoever it might be, that they want us to analyze and see what's the share of voice. How many people are talking about DoubleTree in a positive light versus a negative light versus Radisson in a positive light, negative light, and what are the themes that people are saying. And then finally, the broader social web. So ultimately, this is where you're getting into just phrase and keyword tracking. So if I am the Patriots, I might want to analyze every mention of the word jersey, right? And so ultimately what I'm doing there is I'm getting an understanding of what people are saying when it comes to, jersey sales, jersey purchases, any other merchandise, et cetera, maybe any conversation around stadium, Gillette Stadium, et cetera. And so, that's where you can kind of really get into the deep dive nitty gritty of social media intelligence, is when you start thinking more broadly around analyzing the conversation in the most broadest sense, not just specifically your brand or your competitors' brands. And so really what this does is that this kind of hits home what I was just mentioning on the last slide, where, there is a blind spot for community managers that are managing a social account, whether you're a brand or a team or whatever. If you are only looking at your own channel posts and you're not seeing any of the untagged conversation, right? Because you're not getting a notification that conversation is happening unless you have a tool or unless you are working with a third party that has a tool. in terms of why social media intelligence is important, I mean, there is within the sports world, we talked a lot about sponsorships and spokesmen, and spokesperson, et cetera. But ultimately, there are so many other areas where social media intelligence is important when it comes to consumer research, when it comes to competitive intelligence, feedback on products. So if you are a technology product and you put out a new software update, you're going to want to know what people are saying on social media about that software update, right? Customer service, people go to social all the time and they might not remember to tag in your brand name when they are ranting about something that happened with your brand, or maybe they're saying something positive about your brand. And then that's a really important area as customer service. If you're a B2B, being able to generate leads on social media is definitely a key way of using social media intelligence, is finding out who is talking about an industry need that your brand, your company might be able to fill. And PR crisis, I think, is another very big one, in that, oftentimes with my analysis, I've been able to find out about PR crisis issues, at a hotel or at any brand that has physical locations. I've been able to find out about those issues within minutes of the issue happening, because it's being talked about on social media. It's being live streamed sometimes. And I've been able to find about those before the executives at that brand's corporate headquarters know about it, or anybody on their PR team. And so using social media intelligence can help you to very quickly understand what's going on in the PR crisis world as well, before you're on the nightly news for whatever happened. And this also has an element of sports marketing as well. If somebody if a player does something, if they're in the headlines for the wrong reason, right? Some trouble with the law or whatever it may be, that's a PR crisis moment for the team and the league. And so thinking about social media intelligence from a PR perspective is also very important as well. And then in terms of the full technology stack, so ultimately there are a few key elements of social intelligence. Social listening is the one that is kind of the foundation, if you will, and it's been around the longest. And so what we were showing earlier, and what we'll show again at 2:30 with Talkwalker's dashboards, social listening is the kind of main piece of social intelligence that kind of is the foundation, where you're looking at what are people saying about X phrase, X keyword, X brand name right now on social media, or historically. You can pull back and you can say, okay, how has conversation changed over time about this topic, right? And so a great example, besides what Matthew's dashboards for Talkwalker showed from the sports perspective, a great example of historical conversation, going completely outside of sports. I just recently completed an analysis of COVID vaccine perception, right? So completely taking it outside of any brand marketing opportunity or sports opportunity, and thinking more along the lines of just a key important topic in our world right now. I was able to just look for any conversation that is mentioning COVID-19, coronavirus, alongside in the same tweet, looking for anyone that's mentioning vaccine, the keyword vaccine, to see, okay, let's look at the emotions, let's look at the sentiment. Are people, is there a level of fear about the vaccine? Is there a level of anger? Is there political issues going on? Is there kind of anxiety? And you could zero in on a specific region of the world and say, okay, this region of the world, people are more fearful or more sad about the situation, versus in this other area of the world, people are more angry about the COVID vaccine or COVID in general. So main point is that it's not just about brand names or team names, in that you can look at any keyword or phrase that is relevant to you, to be able to research and see what are the emotions that are being talked about, which can ultimately affect communication to that audience. Before you communicate to that audience, you should know, like, gauge the temperature of that audience first in terms of what they are saying on social media. Audience segmentation is an influencer evaluation. Those two buckets are kind of where I typically put Zoomph, but also they're a little bit in the platform performance piece as well. And I'll speak to that, in order. But audience segmentation, and really I should pause right now and say that there's 30 seconds left. BYU is up by 1. Now they're up by 2 over Rutgers. And so we might be about to see the first upset of the women's tournament. And so we'll dive into the Talkwalker tool in a moment and see whether or not BYU is popping a little bit more because of the fact that they might be the one and only upset so far. But yeah, so audience segmentation, influencer evaluation, ultimately what you're answering with the audience segmentation tools are more of the question of people who follow my brand or people who follow this influencer, whatever the handle is, what else do they like, right? On an aggregate level of the hundreds of thousands or millions of people that follow this influencer or this brand, what else are they into? What TV shows do they watch? What movies do they watch? All based on what other handles they follow or what hashtags they use on social media. So you get a chance to understand more about that audience on an aggregate level. And so what sports do they follow? What other influencers or what other brands do they follow? And that over-index versus the general population of people on social media. And that's where you can kind of get into what we were talking about earlier with brand sponsorships. We'll plug in the NCAA women's college basketball official handle, and we'll see what brands pop up and whether those brands have been engaging in the conversation or not. That's a great analysis use case of audience segmentation tools like Zoom. Influencer evaluation, this is where you're looking at, I might have a campaign coming up, my brand might have a campaign coming up, and I want to know of the, millions of influencers out there across all different types of topics, who are the 10 that I should actually be approaching in terms of potentially working with my brand. Right? How do you narrow it down from the millions of influencers that are out there? Well, you can do it through influencer evaluation tools. Zoom is great at this. Tagger Media is also really good at this. And you're able to essentially very quickly whittle down based on geographical location of where that influencer is, what they typically post about on social media, what's their engagement rate, what are the interests of their audience. And you can say, okay, now I know that I've got a list of like 10 or 15 influencers that fit best with my upcoming campaign. Now I have a very targeted approach to who I'm going to reach out to, and who potentially I could be working with in the future in terms of co-creating content. And it just really kind of gives you a little bit more of a focused approach, as opposed to some brands that just say, hey, we want to work with an influencer. And then someone says, just at a gut feel, they say, yeah, this person would make great sense. Well, would they? Let's look at the data and let's see whether they actually, their audience is the right target audience for what you're trying to get at with your brand campaign. And then finally, platform performance. This is where you're looking at how does our content perform from the standpoint of top performing posts, bottom performing posts. Why did some posts not work as well as others? But then even more importantly, looking at competitors and saying, okay, amongst our competitors, where do we stack up in terms of engagement? What works really well for competitors and what doesn't work really well for competitors, and the broader industry. So you can use a tool like Unmetric, which is now part of the Falcon, Falcon.io suite. You can use those tools to discover where a brand stacks up amongst a much broader category. So where does DoubleTree's engagement stack up against every other hospitality brand that is active on social media, right? And you can start to see which other brands are doing really well and learn from those brands. And then also which brands are not doing well and learn from those brands to not put out that type of content that isn't going to work. And then I'll also mention Zoom in this light as well, because of what Mary was showing earlier with sponsorship evaluation. right? So platform performance also being able to give you an idea of either an influencer or a brand's tweets, and actually putting a dollar value on that performance, that engagement performance, because of the fact that they are able to actually apply a formula that says this number of engagement and this number of retweets and this number of impressions equals this amount of dollar value, that maybe you would rather use that as your investment versus buying a TV ad, right? So a great use case there that Zoom also has. So that's it from that particular slide deck. I think there was one other thing I was going to show. If I have it. So from this deck, I'll just touch upon really quickly what conversations available to analyze, because that's a common question I have. So in terms of conversation, and we now have 5 seconds, and BYU is about to win this game. Well, they're up by 2 with 4 seconds left, so it's not over yet. Timeout with 3.8 seconds left. So in terms of what conversations available with social intelligence tools, so as you probably would expect, Facebook is very closed off, as it should be. Facebook, you can only get comments on your brand's pages. So you authenticate your brand within the tool, and then you're able to pull in the comments on that tool or comments on that brand, right? Versus on the complete opposite side, Twitter is wide open, right? Twitter is you're able to see every tweet that's ever been tweeted, which is the complete opposite of Facebook, that's very closed off. And so a lot of the data that you are seeing in Zoom and other tools are based on Twitter. But Instagram is kind of in between Facebook and Twitter, right? So if Facebook is completely closed off except for the comments on your brand's posts, and Twitter is wide open, Instagram is kind of half and half. And what I mean by that is that with Instagram, as long as your brand is active on Instagram, you are able to then pull in up to 30 hashtags. If you authenticate your brand handle within a social intelligence tool like a Talkwalker or a Zoom or any of the other tools that we've shown, then you're able to pull in up to 30 hashtags. You can't pull in every hashtag that's ever been hashtagged, if you will, on Zoom or sorry, on Instagram, but you can pull in a target amount. So like for this particular conversation analysis, we pulled in hashtag NCAAW, and we also pulled in hashtag March Madness. Right. So you can be very targeted in terms of what conversation trends you're looking for on Instagram. But ultimately, the other piece to this is that a lot of times I actually think that social media intelligence and social media research, social listening, if you will, needs a rebrand as an industry, because what people don't realize until they get into these tools is that actually every public facing blog mention of the keyword or phrase that you were trying to analyze and research, those are being pulled in. As long as they are not behind a login screen, like a private forum. You can't get private forums, but like a public forum like Reddit, you can pull in that conversation. News sources, anytime that there is an article that mentions the keyword or phrase or brand or whatever it may be that you are trying to analyze, you are able to pull in the news articles that mention those, and then the tools can rank those news articles by social share, right? So which of all of the articles that have been written about the COVID vaccine that I was mentioning earlier, that I just did an analysis on a few weeks ago, which news articles were the most socially shared, and therefore from a social media standpoint, the most influential, right? Was it the New York Times article, or was it the Washington Post article, or was it the LA Times article, or the New York Post, et cetera? You can start to see which media outlets are the most influential in the conversation. And then finally, reviews. It's kind of a mixed bag with reviews. For example, like Amazon.com, you cannot get Amazon reviews if someone mentions your brand or your keyword or phrase, but you can get like TripAdvisor. They've opened themselves up, and so it kind of is mixed, and you can ask the tool providers or myself to kind of find out about a specific review site, whether or not they're available or not. So that kind of gives an idea of what conversations available to analyze. I already went through kind of the different areas of social listening, and then ultimately the last piece that I just wanted to show, we're really talking about TalkWalker and Zoom here, but in terms of all the different tools that are out there, we have the ability to gain access to any of these tools. We have relationships with all of these tools, and we've worked with all of them many times in the past. And so, ultimately, there are plenty of times where someone will say, "Hey, well, we've got Brand Watch, but no one has time in-house to be able to really get the most out of that tool." Okay, no problem. We know how to use Brand Watch. We can work within your license of that tool, right? Or hey, we've got Tagger Media, but no one has time to really get into it. And we can work within your Tagger Media license. The other piece to this that is, the flip side is where, brands, marketers, researchers, sports teams will come to us and say, which tool should we get, right? And really, it depends on what research question you're trying to answer, right? If you're looking for sponsorship valuation, you might want to go with a platform performance tool or an audience segmentation tool like Zoom, or an On-Metric. If you're looking to analyze audience, then Zoom is really great, or Helixa. If you're looking to do what we're doing right now with the social conversation trends, then a tool like TalkWalker or NetBase or BrandWatch are some of the best ones out there to analyze what people are saying about X topic right now, like what people are saying about the women's March Madness tournament right now. And then the Tagger Medias of the world, like I mentioned earlier, where what they can do from an influencer perspective, if you're about to be in a campaign and you're like, there are 4 million influencers out there in the world, do we just go with our gut because we feel like this one fits well with our brand? Or do we use the data to be able to go into a tool like Tagger Media and look at the database of millions of influencers and then say, we're looking for influencers that are in this geographic location, that post about X on social media all the time, that have audience members that are interested in X, Y, and Z, and that have an engagement rate over a certain threshold. And then you can start to use the data to whittle down those millions of influencers into like the 10 or 15 that make the most sense to reach out to. Then you become very targeted. So those are just kind of like some of the overall things from a social media intelligence perspective, that in case you had any questions or were wondering about how social media intelligence works, which ultimately is what drives some of the analysis that we're doing and that we've been showing throughout the day. And so now what I'll do is I'll switch back over to the dashboards to be able to show more of the social conversation that's coming in. So let me refresh this from the standpoint of the scoreboard. First and foremost, 1.3 seconds left, and number 6 Rutgers is down by 3 against number 11 BYU. And so it looks like, barring a miracle, yes, we have the first upset of the tournament that just happened. BYU just upset Rutgers, and so we have an upset. Yesterday there wasn't a single upset in the women's tournament, and we talked a lot earlier on about what that means in terms of trying to draw in the casual fan versus the men's side have so many big upsets. There were like 6 upsets yesterday. Well, we just saw BYU upset Rutgers, and so now we do have an upset, which is great. The other earlier games, this one was pretty close, but Alabama pulled it out. So no upset there. And Georgia, this one was actually closer, the Drexel one earlier. But then in the end, Georgia pulled out with a pretty wide margin at the end. And now we've got the second round of games that are getting started. VCU, which is my team, is just getting started now. So I'm going to switch back over to the VC. Actually, with this game running along, the VCU game is going to be on the same ESPNU that I'm already on. So I'm going to stick right here and watch VCU. But there's also a couple others, Arizona and Arizona Stony Brook and Arkansas Wright State, that are going on right now. So going back into the tools, and we're going to have, like I said, Matthew Berry and Nick Brenner from Talkwalker that created these tools. They are going to be, or create these dashboards in Talkwalker. They're going to be on in a few minutes to analyze the conversation that they have seen so far in the tournament. But ultimately, this updates every, every 10 minutes or so. And so we should pretty soon start to see some chatter about BYU's upset of Rutgers coming about. Let's see where the BYU Cougars have been so far. They're down here in terms of reach and engagement. So not as much yet, but we'll see whether or not they pop in a couple minutes up to the level that we see, UConn, and some of the others, Syracuse, in terms of the amount of conversation that's happening about them. There's also, besides looking at the just top themes, we can also look at the hashtags that are being talked about. And so we can see whether or not, we'll check back in a couple of minutes to see whether or not the BYU, actually Cougs March On right there. That's a part of the conversation that's just now emerging. And so you're starting to see BYU conversation come in on the very positive side, which makes a lot of sense. And so these are the types of things that as you are analyzing conversation, if you're a brand that's thinking about what hashtag to use in real time, this is the way that you can quickly see what makes the most sense in terms of not just hashtag March Madness or hashtag March Madness 2021, but being more specific about it. So we also see hashtag BYU that's popping up positively here. And then we've got our sentiment. So, we'll probably see more positive sentiment from BYU pop up over the next few minutes if we refresh this in a few minutes. Right now, more neutral than anything, but definitely more positive than negative. And we should, in a few minutes, probably see more positive conversations as this refreshes. And then in terms of distribution on the world map, as you would expect, there's a lot of East Coast right now because of the fact that we're still earlier on in the morning on the West Coast, right? And so you see more East Coast viewership right now and people talking about it on the East Coast, but we should see this map fill out over the course of the day. But ultimately, what I'd like to do now is go into Zoom and show just how simple and easy it is when it comes to analyzing conversation and seeing what brand opportunities there are. And so, what I'll go into is within, I created this, I purposefully did not create this audience before we hopped on because I wanted to show how easy it is to do. And so what I'm going to do is quick create a audience, and I'm just going to simply go into what accounts does your audience follow. I'm not even going to go into all the other aspects of the tool that we could be looking at, but I'm just going to quickly go to, okay, so let me go to Twitter and I already know what the handle is, but just for the sake of the example, I'm going to then say, okay, women's college basketball. And let's see what the official handle is. Actually, that won't give it to us. NCAA women's basketball. Okay, so NCAA women's basketball is at NCAA WBB, and they have 572,000 followers. And so now I'm just going to say, which accounts does your audience follow? NCAA WBB. And we're now going to, now that we have that in there, we're going to call this audience at NCAA WBB fans, right? Because we know that everybody that follows NCAA BB has a natural interest in women's college basketball, obviously. So this will be just a very quick and kind of real-time analysis of women's college basketball fans to see who they are and what their brand affinities are. And so when you look at the analytics side, what we can quickly see is that actually there's more male fans than female fans, which is an opportunity, I would say, to reach a more female audience of fans that follow NCAA women's college basketball. As you expect, more millennial and Gen Z. We do see obviously the majority being in the United States. And besides things like, the general interest of sports, which is obvious, but you also see music, fashion, beauty, automotive, quick service restaurants, gaming, so this kind of gives a quick overview of some of the general interests that they're into. But then let's look more deeply. Let's look at music, right? So they're more into pop than they are hip hop and rap. They're versus country and folk versus rock versus electronic. And then in terms of movies, what type of movies do they like? So besides the generic, they like talk shows actually more than they do any movie. And then they like comedy, they like Bollywood, they like reality TV. They're not so much into action and sci-fi, right? So that's an interesting insight right there in terms of what types of general interests women's college basketball fans have. Then when you look at social connections, who else are they connected to? In terms of follower overlap. So obviously 100% of them follow the NCAA women's college basketball official handle, but they also 60% of them follow NBA TV, NFL Network, March Madness TV. So we were talking a lot earlier about the fact that the women's tournament is technically not branded as March Madness, which is makes no sense, right? Why wouldn't they call it March Madness? And so right here is a great database insight into how women's college basketball fans, they follow March Madness on social media. They follow March Madness TV. And so why would you not brand the women's tournament March Madness? It's just called the women's basketball tournament. And it speaks to how the women's tournament is kind of just an add-on right now to a sponsorship package that a brand has, instead of being front and center, using the data that actually shows who the women's fans are as opposed to the men's fans. So these are just the general handles that they are into. And so they're fans of Snoop Dogg, that was the first non-sports thing that popped up. But then you can really get into some interesting analysis. So what celebrities specifically are women's basketball fans into? Okay, so Melissa Stark is number one. So let's take a look here. And so what we're going to see here. So she's a TV host at the NFL Network, UVA alum. And so they are most into her, which is really interesting because she's part of the NFL side. Right. So there's a natural connection between people who follow women's college basketball and people that follow the NFL. Pau Gasol, Amber Thier-Harris, Jay Billis. You've obviously got some sports names in here, but then you see Snoop Dogg, you see Jimmy Fallon, you see Ellen DeGeneres, Justin Bieber, etc. And so you really start to see where there are some celebrity and influencer affinities with women's college basketball fans. Then if you look at the brand level, and this is where we're going to spend a good amount of our time, is on the brand side. We then see, okay, what other brands are women's college basketball fans into? Right. And there's the obvious, sports brands that they're into. We talked about March Madness a minute ago, that, the women's tournament is not branded March Madness, even though it is, part of March Madness. This shows that they're into March Madness, but then also they're into NFL, they're into Major League Baseball. But then let's look at some of the other brands. Once you get past sports brands, they're really into Clemson football. That's interesting. PlayStation. It actually pops. They're into CNN and NBC News more than other news outlets. They like the WEE, which is interesting. TMZ, Forbes, Xbox. Actually, it's very interesting that Xbox is down here at number 24 versus PlayStation was much higher. So that right there says to me that if I am PlayStation, I am looking to engage in March Madness or women's Final Four more than Xbox, and if I'm not engaging with it, I'm actually missing out on an opportunity. And so, I'll pause there because I see one of our panelists just joined. Kayte Atkisson has joined us. She is a brand marketing executive in the Richmond, Virginia area. And so, Kayte, are you on?
Yep, I am.
All right. Well, thanks very much for joining. We've had a really interesting discussion, but before we get into kind of recapping everything that we've talked about, tell the panel or the audience a little bit about yourself.
I should have been prepared for this. First off, can you see my video in my idiot Frenchie who was in my lap?
I can see your video. I cannot see your Frenchie. Maybe up now. Yep, there you go.
Sorry, it's his thing. Since quarantine, it's been his thing. So I've actually become very proficient in being able to work while with a dog on my lap. But yeah, as Frank mentioned, have been a brand marketer for, God, way too long. Probably 15 plus years, both in and out of agencies, as well as doing my own thing, currently doing my own thing and helping tech startups sort of find their brand voice and convince them that they too should be a brand as well. Yeah, so have a lot of background in brand. And I was thinking about, I was like, wait a minute, have I done any sports marketing? And then I remembered that my husband and I started a triathlon retail store, which I did the marketing for. And the reason we started it was because of the inequity in the consumer relationship, the buying relationship. If you were a woman and you went into a bike store, it was just a terrible, terrible experience. And I felt that women deserved better. So while we weren't women exclusive, we were really, 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 I don't know, fair and good to women. It might have been better to women than anyone else. But yeah, it's something that's just, I guess, always been in my craw a little bit, the inequity, especially in sports.
That's a great example, and yeah, I mean, it speaks to everything we talked about earlier today. So to kind of recap some of the earlier things that we discussed, this is a dashboard that Matthew Berry from Talkwalker and his colleague Nick, they're going to join in a few minutes, but they were able to put together a dashboard that showed how the hashtag not NCAA property, which was a men's basketball player that started that, Geo Baker from Rutgers, how that generated a whole lot of engagement at the beginning. But then when Sedona Price's video of the training facility went on TikTok and went on Twitter, that exploded that conversation. And we talked a lot about how it actually, the not NCAA property conversation has always been there, right? It's been there for decades, right? And now it's kind of at the crux of like name, image, likeness changes about to hopefully happen soon for college athletes in general. But it doesn't surprise me that the conversation about not NCAA property got kind of overpowered by the women's inequality issue, not because the women's inequality issue in sports hasn't always been there. It has, but there hasn't been like clear video evidence of what women's athletes have had to deal with versus what men's athletes have to deal with within the same tournament. And so it created a much larger conversation.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things we talked about. We talked a lot about the overall opportunities for social media to bring more discoverability to women's sports. So when you think about what when I am going on my CBS Sports app or my ESPN app, and I am looking to see what's going on in the women's bracket, I have to like dig to get into like other sports, right? Like I'm immediately prompted with the men's bracket. I'm prompted with NFL news in the off season, and I'm prompted
NFL is playing right now.
Right. And then I had to like dig into other sports to find the women's bracket, right? So there's an onus on the content distributors to have women's sports be more discoverable. Because if I am a diehard sports fan, but I've never watched women's basketball, how am I going to discover that there is like a big upset about to happen if, you know, it's buried in the app, right? So that's another piece. And then how social in the same way, you know, if the only thing that I follow on social media from a sports news perspective is at ESPN or at SportsCenter, then I'm not going to see the women's content unless the parent brand handle puts that out there, right? Because a lot of times the women's content, they create a specific handle for it, like at ESPNW, right? Which is fine for the fact that like you want to have, you know, like a targeted amount of content that's always about women's sports, but you also have to have an equal amount of content on the parent brand handle to be able to have discoverability for women's sports on the regular at ESPN handle. Because if I never go to ESPNW's handle, or if ESPN never retweets ESPNW's content, I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other brands in the non-like sports space that do that, where they use the parent brand or the more recognizable brand to lift, as they should, the brand equity of others in their portfolio.
Yeah,
coming to mind. I think maybe when Hilton or Marriott might be the closest examples, like for the more down chain properties where you'll see like DoubleTree by Marriott, or, you know, it's always by Hilton, by Marriott.
Yeah, and like I know Hilton does that with they do that with the their All Suites brands. So people know Embassy Suites, but they don't know Home 2 or Homewood Suites as much, and so they'll have content that highlights all three. So
yeah.
But yeah, so we have I was literally just about to say we have Matthew Berry coming on in a moment, and here he is. And so really quickly, Matthew, good to see you again. How's everything been going?
Everything's been going good. I see Nick is also in the queue as well. You feel free to turn your camera on as well if you want to, Nick. But yeah, we'll be here for the next hour to just help you with any insights.
Awesome. Okay, perfect. Well, thanks so much for joining, and for those that weren't on earlier. So Matthew and Nick work for Talkwalker, and they built out these awesome dashboards for us to be able to analyze the conversation. And so really quickly, I know you know, the Talkwalker crew is on. Mary from Zoom was on earlier, but right before you joined, I was just wrapping up one thing from the Zoom side. So I'll finish that, and then we'll switch over to talking about Talkwalker. So, you know, for those who were following a few minutes ago, I created the at NCAA WBB fan handle. So this is literally just looking at anyone who is following at NCAA women's basketball, right? To try to find out from a sponsorship perspective, what other brands might make the most sense, right? And so, you know, I won't kind of go into all the stuff I just talked about in terms of like they like comedy more than they like reality TV versus action, et cetera. But then going into brand affinities, this is where, you know, a combination of Talkwalker and Zoom really does well for me when I'm doing analysis, because I can see all the conversation in Talkwalker, and then I can look at, okay, so if I'm an airline, let's see which airline actually naturally has the most overlap amongst NCAA women's basketball fans, right? So, and we can see very quickly that Southwest actually has the strongest overlap. More so than Delta or American, et cetera. And so if I'm Southwest Airlines and I am looking at sports sponsorships, this is my moment right now to engage in the women's college basketball conversation, because this data is showing me that more so than United Airlines or JetBlue, et cetera, the fans are more into Southwest than they are any of my competitors. Or on the flip side, if I'm JetBlue and I'm trying to you know, kind of get more awareness amongst a new audience, and I want to target women's sports fans, then this data can show that actually this is my moment to try to gain more followership amongst that new audience. And so, I won't go into all of these because this can be something that we can be flipping through as we discuss and as more of the panelists join. But this is just one example to wrap up the last topic around the Zoom conversation. So ultimately, to bring everyone up to speed, I was just kind of bringing Kayte up to speed a little bit. We've talked a lot over the last couple hours. We had Dr. Ceyda Mumcu from New Haven on. We had Nerissa Marbury from Epiphany, and we had Kayte Atkisson, Kayte Hamilton. Kayte Atkinson's on right now. We had Kayte Hamilton from Insights Now on. And so ultimately, we've talked a lot about how we are actually seeing, there's a much broader conversation that's going on the women's inequality side or inequity side. And your dashboard, Matthew and Nick, really helped us when it came to what I did was I just simply changed the date range of this dashboard to show up to the minute, up to today. And it really very visually shows how the not NCAA property conversation that was overshadowed very quickly by the women's inequity conversation. And I think it's because the fact, our theory from earlier today was because the fact that when it comes to the not NCAA property conversation, that's been on social media for a long time. Mary from Zoom that was on earlier had a great point that, sports agents and people in the sports marketing world and sports business world have been talking about name, image, likeness for years, right? But while women's inequity in sports has always been a challenge, this was one of the first times that we see like undeniable video proof of a significant problem with what the women were being provided by the NCAA versus the men. And so that's the theory that I have as to why that spiked so much and kind of overshadowed the not NCAA property conversation. What do you guys think?
No, I think you're spot on with that. I would say, though, there's been multiple examples of women's inequity in the past.
Yeah.
I think what really set the difference, though, is like what you said, there was clear, undeniable proof. From there, there's been video evidence before, but unfortunately, sometimes it's just gotten pushed to the wayside. I think the fact, too, and this marries the fact with this not NCAA property leading this, was the fact that it was someone on the ground that was actually showcasing this. So this was actually an Oregon women's basketball player that brought attention to this, that was then picked up by all these sport outlets and individuals that were in the press that were female and major stars. So I think it was not necessarily one overshadowing the other, but it was a perfect convergence of the two trends overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. The fact that it was someone on the ground in the trenches and not, just having to experience that inequity as opposed to, an executive at the NCAA that focuses on women's sports talking about it, right? That's not going to get a headline.
Because if we look at the other examples too, I just thought of this going back to the NBA bubble when they were showcasing examples of, oh, look at the food in the bubble, it's so horrible. We had examples of that already, but it was more of like the NBA already had it, so what's the big deal of it? It's just food. But the fact that it was an actual key issue being shown, and as you scroll down, we actually have the original tweet in a virality map.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We show that it's an actual key issue there that's going to impact these players. And it wasn't just, the food that spurred it. It was the gym, and then you throw in the food as well as all the other issues, even the swag bags as well. And you just look at that trend, as you see with the little black dot being its starting point, the further on it goes, it just was an explosion of engagement.
Mm-hmm.
And I also, too, don't want to hog the spotlight. I want to make sure that we give enough time for Nick to introduce himself as well. He's far more versed in the social listening space than I am, seeing how he's been in it he's got 5 years on me. So he definitely knows more in the space than I do right now. So I turn it over to you, Nick.
Awesome. Thanks, Matt. Nice to meet everyone, too. Nick Brenner, newish Chalkwalker, been here about 2 months now, but come from a social listening space, been in the social listening space for about 5 years now, like Matt said. So work pretty closely in social listening and kind of knowing the trends and themes going on and how to pull out data and everything. But I've been working closely with Matt on a lot of these sport projects, including this one. So I'm happy to be here and provide any insight or anything and talk through everything.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for coming on, and thank you for helping to build out these dashboards. I mean, it's been great to be able to dive into these and see what the conversation is in real time and how this is changing. So really appreciate your ability to not just come on and talk for a little bit, but to build us such a great dashboard to take a look at. So yeah.
Thanks for having us.
One other thing that I saw that just popped, that actually it's more within it was captured here because of not NCAA property, but something that I was talking about yesterday in with my wife when we were preparing for this webinar. We were just talking about how Kobe Bryant was a huge advocate for women's sports, right? The whole #GirlDad. Everything with all of the things that he did for the women's basketball camps, and the name of his the Mamba
Ceyda.
Thank you. Yep. And so when he unfortunately along with his daughter passed away, I think a big advocate for women's basketball and women's sports in general. Obviously, we lost a big, important person, and I think a powerful person for the future of women's basketball and women's sports. And ultimately, where I'm going with this is that it used to be that the leadership decisions in sports were mostly being made by people who may not have ever really been a professional athlete or a college athlete, right? It's more of like a business owner that has billions of dollars and therefore buys a team, right? Or an administrator who's been working for the NCAA for years, but played, decades ago, and now is more just kind of like in that old school mindset, right? And so what you're seeing now differently is that you're starting to see like LeBron James is starting to own teams, right? You're starting to see Derek Jeter own a team and then hire a female GM, right? You're starting to see the ownership groups change.
Yeah.
And with that, you start to see more opportunities for those new owners that are thinking differently about equality in sports to bring in a different audience and a different, provide those opportunities for women to have the same options and same opportunities in sports as men have traditionally have. And so, I feel like Kobe was on that same path, so it's unfortunate that he is no longer with us, but I wanted to bring that up because that just popped. And that was something that my wife and I talked about yesterday a lot. And it speaks to hopefully a very hopeful future when it comes to more of these athletes that are making tons of money to be able to go into ownership type of roles, both on the pro level as well as maybe working as an athletic director for a university on the NCAA level, or maybe working for the NCAA themselves, to be able to make change. Does that make sense? Did I ramble?
No, it made complete sense.
Spot on and really insightful, because it does feel like things are changing in that ownership mix, and you sort of feel the changes trickling down to the team level or to the GMs in baseball or coaches in other sports. I think that's going to be a really interesting trend in space to watch as hopefully more people come out of the sport and then go into ownership of those teams.
Mm-hmm.
And to build on that as well, not just women being in these positions of power, but also individuals of color as well.
Yeah.
That's something, because you brought up Kim Yin getting Kim Yin, I want to say, but the general manager of the Marlins getting hired, a lot of people were quick to say, why are all these individuals that are Caucasian writing about her when really she was of Asian American descent? It should be about not only general raising of women, but all individuals that are in a minority space as well.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Yeah, it changes the whole. You're right. It's not just about women's equality in sports, but it's about minority equality in sports in general, right? So
Yeah. And we've seen too, not only just in the NBA bubble and the Wubble as well, but with this tournament, you've seen a couple of these teams actually kneel during the anthem. Sport is just a great way to further social conversation. And I wouldn't be surprised to see more of this move on in the future.
mhm.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, and
I think
we
one thing that's
sorry, go ahead, Nick.
I think I saw a lot of like Kyrie Irving coming out too, and I know he has Kobe as a big idol and he gets a lot of flack and everything, but he's been coming out a lot too. And I feel like one big difference from the last few years is a lot of men would try and voice their opinion and say where they're for equality, but kind of go with that. And now it's a lot more about being proactive and trying to lift the women up and lift their voices up, and maybe not make it so much about Kyrie Irving making it about his statement, but how can he showcase some woman making a statement instead, and really trying to lift up that perspective and not just the man's perspective. So
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I mean, I remember when I saw yesterday that Kyrie had weighed in. I mean, that also, or maybe it was 2 days ago. I immediately thought, like, okay, so LeBron's going to weigh in on this. Like, we're about to see a movement of the men weighing in. And then to your point, how are they weighing in, right? Are they just using their own voice, or are they using their platform to bring more visibility to the female voice, right? I think another person that's going to probably, if I venture to guess, I think Steph Curry is someday going to own a sports franchise, right? I feel like he's kind of on that same path, and so he's another one that I think can hopefully kind of change the way that we're thinking about this. Ultimately, the other piece that we talked about was around women's basketball specifically, and the challenges of bringing in a casual fan. So we talked a lot about discoverability, and so ultimately, when it comes to do you have the ability to very quickly find out that there was an upset, right? So there might not be as many upsets on the women's side, and that's a whole nother topic that we talked about earlier when it comes to whether or not how the payouts work when you win a national championship. Does it go to all the schools, or does it only go to the tops, and then you have the haves and the have-nots, and so you don't have parity, all that kind of stuff. But ultimately, just in terms of knowing that an upset was about to happen, right? If you don't have your ESPN app or CBS Sports app or whatever it may be specifically set up to give you alerts on women's college basketball, it's going to be buried, right? And that also speaks to the social handles, right? If I'm not following ESPNW, am I going to know that BYU just upset Rutgers, right? Because did ESPN talk about it, right, on their parent handle? So it speaks to kind of a discoverability overall that we talked about a lot earlier. But I bring it up because I don't know if you all were seeing it, but we just have the first upset of the women's tournament. There weren't any upsets yesterday, which I think is a storyline in and of itself, about kind of parity in the game. To bring in a casual fan that just doesn't know anything about college women's basketball, but it's like I want to see an upset. Well, we just had BYU upset Rutgers, and right before you joined, I was going in here and I was seeing that BYU was starting to show up a little bit more, a little bit higher. So they're already moving up 45% increase. So if for those who were with us about 10 minutes ago, they were much further down on the left, and they're starting to move a little bit more in terms of their reach because BYU just upset Rutgers. And then we also start to see within the sentiment drivers, we're starting to see BYU Cougs March On as hashtags that are popping up. And so hopefully that creates a little bit more excitement for the tournament. Because they are dealing with, being opposite the men's tournament right now, and so an upset is helpful it's always helpful to gain more visibility.
There might be one going on with Wright State in Arkansas.
Yeah, and actually, I'm watching the games as well as following along. And you're right, we've got a 13 seed that has a pretty big lead. That's great to see. But yeah, we just had the BYU one, and then I've got my VCU shirt on because VCU is in their game, and they're hanging with Indiana. So I'm not trying to get my hopes up too much, but
another 13-4.
Yeah. So, but yeah, either way, what are your all's thoughts in terms of like the discoverability and the nature of having less upsets? Like, how do you get people more into the women's game?
Well, I think Kayte just brought up a phenomenal point where it's going in conjunction with the men's tournament. Obviously, the men's are getting a lot more of that media share, and like I shared at the beginning of the presentation in the webinar, was the fact that they weren't including the women's tournament in that March Madness brand. It was just NCAA women's basketball tournament versus March Madness. Unfortunately, people are going to go with the brand that they already know. So by starting to have the women's basketball tournament maybe being showcased a while after the tournament, that could be better overall. And you've already mentioned as well with these parent brands or these apps as well. I had to go digging as well last night just to try and find the UConn score on just one of my apps, or even on my TV, it wasn't showing up. So definitely equal promotion would be a key for it all. And one great example that came to mind, not only just from how women's sports can be showcased, but they also were the first to showcase how sports can be run in the COVID era, or at least the bubble era, was the NWSL. I don't think a lot of people were aware of the NWSL until they had their Challenge Cup back in May of last year or April of last year, I want to say, where they were pretty much the only show in town. And they're highly promoting the fact that, hey, you know that women's soccer team you love to watch every 4 years? Well, they actually play every year on these smaller teams, and they're pretty good. So why not give them a watch? And it's been rewarded with a great media deal with CBS Sports. Only problem is not a lot of people carry CBS Sports or carry Paramount Plus. So it needs to be a step forward where, yeah, they're getting great media deals, but when can we start to put them on the linear channels? And if not linear channels, what are other options, like a Twitch streaming or an Amazon streaming or a YouTube TV, where they're pretty much accessible to anyone and they're easy to stream?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Kayte.
I was thinking of, this is a not fully formed thought, because as a marketer, you always think of like, how can you earn your own media without sort of mandating that the parent brand give you, that lift or that air cover. And I might be mashing up a few different ideas in my head, but there was a really interesting article in the Post about Dawn Staley, who has taken over as head coach of USC, South Carolina, and the program that she's built there, and how the hot ticket in town in Columbia, South Carolina, is for women's basketball. Because they win. By the way, same reason when I was at UVA, I would go to the women's basketball teams, because I went there during an era where men's basketball was terrible. And I just wanted to see my team win.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
so I went to the women's games.
Go ahead.
But and the thing about Dawn is she's really unbothered if she's giving voice to something about social equity or a social justice cause. Mm-hmm. And I think there's something interesting, and I wonder if this will pop, that when we were just talking about who's talking about injustices in the world, and it's the LeBrons, it's Kyrie Irving, Steph Curry, the NBA definitely, WNBA definitely, because both of them came out very strongly after George Floyd last year. And it seems to be NCAA women's is starting to have those conversations. And it seems to me the only one who's not is NCAA men. It's almost like they're too afraid to have that conversation, to kneel during the anthem as a unified team. So I wonder, honestly, if that sort of arc of being, you know, not just entertainers on the court, but doing right by society might help them ascend as well. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but
yeah, that's a good point. So the NCAA men really being the only ones that are not
saying anything.
Yeah, they're not willing to go out on a limb a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And ultimately, I mean, some of this goes back to the fact that, you know, some of the big names, I mean, Steph Curry played in college, but, you know, LeBron didn't play you know, in the one and done era. And then even before that, you know, the Kobe's and LeBrons that were so good, they just went straight to the pros, right? Kind of like an afterthought with the men's tournament for the biggest names that have the biggest voices.
Yeah.
Hey, so I don't know if Nick or Matthew, if you want to show your screen, I've got it set up so that you can, if you want to kind of walk through a little bit of what you've been seeing.
Yeah, I can always show my screen. And Nick, feel free to chime in as well with any other insights you see. Here's what we've been really looking at overall. I also, too, just want to highlight a couple pages that I can throw in the chat as well, who are really key voices in terms of diversity in a space I really care about, which is hockey overall. Unfortunately, it's a sport with not a ton of diversity overall, and these two individuals have really just been champions of diversity in the space. I'll share them once we're done with our presentation. But as we've covered here, we've pretty much covered that it's mostly spoken more on the women's inequity side, as it should. In terms of what we've seen from the women's, this is a point I just wanted to highlight from earlier on in the presentation, and just the difference in mentions between the women's tournament versus what we get for the men here in the round of 68. We'll just only focus on round of 68, seeing how round of 32 is still going on right now. But you just notice the difference between the 221,000 versus the 14,500. So already that's telling you there's more eyeballs focused on the men. And a little bit of logic that we've done on the Boolean side for women's is just to avoid any confusion with the men's counterparts. We were looking specifically for mentions of women's basketball or having women's basketball within the author. But what I found very interesting overall, and I actually said it's quite hilarious if you think about it, there's a lot more kindness on the women's side. So they're more focused on the joy of the game and the success of their season, where if you go to the men's, it's all anger. It's all focused on, oh, my bracket was busted, my team was upset, how did you lose to this team? It was all focused on the negative side. So
oh my gosh, the vitriolic hatred that came at that, I might botch the team, was it Ohio State?
Yeah, EJ Linnell.
Oh, yeah. Holy.
Yeah, unfortunately, It's a lot more prominent than it's being led on to be.
Yeah, I know.
I think I just see Whitney joins us as well, though. Hello there.
Hey, yeah, Whitney, you just joined. Let me unmute you. Hey, can you hear us? Cool. I think you're still on mute.
Oh, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
We are doing well. Thank you so much for joining the conversation, joining this panel. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no, super excited to be here and be able to, talk about women in sports.
Absolutely. And I also see Joe Quattrone from Sasha Group. You're on as well. Let me see. Do I need to unmute you? Yeah. Yeah, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
We are doing really well. We've had a really good conversation over the course of the last 3 hours already, and we are hitting our stride here. Really quickly, if you want to give, Whitney, if you want to give a quick intro to your background and about Wild Collective and what you're doing with sports marketing, that'd be great. And then we can have Joe do the same.
Cool. Yeah, sounds great. Thank you so much. So my name is Whitney Bansin. I am the CEO and designer for the Wild Collective. We are a sports apparel brand, and we focus on a couple things. Specifically, we're doing a huge dive into sustainability. We also create fashion forward sports apparel for fans. So that's kind of big miss in the industry currently. So we have decided to kind of fill that gap and take that on. And we're seeing huge success in that already. And then another thing is really just partnering and creating exclusive collaborations with various teams, various leagues across sports, really from all of Major League, NFL, MLB, NBA, WNBA, MLS, and going into collegiate sports as well. So we have a few college licenses, most notably Alabama State and Ohio State University.
Gotcha. Awesome. So yeah, I mean, you're doing some really, really interesting, innovative things in the sports apparel space. So I thank you so much for joining, and we'll kind of recap what we've been talking about in a minute and get your perspective on it.
Cool.
Joe, give everybody your background. Obviously, we've known each other for years, but let everybody know what you're doing over at Sasha.
Yeah, well, first, thanks all for having us, Frank. This is a really noble and noteworthy thing you're doing here. Happy to support the women's tournament as much as we can. So I've been in social media for, I don't know, 14 years or so now, dating back to when we worked together at on Audi of America for MAD, the social agency back in the day. Listening tools, something I'm very familiar with as well. Every time I meet with you, this always brings back fond memories, measuring social conversation and sentiment. So yeah, I got my career started out of grad school where I helped build Audi of America's social practice, then went on to manage it. I hired Frank onto my team. He was actually my mentor in grad school. So it was always kind of fun to kind of reverse course a little bit and see how that all unfolded. Eventually, I wound up working in automotive social media for 5 or 6 years, and then Gary Vee found me. Went to VaynerMedia in 2014 and ran a bunch of high-profile kind of portfolio clients like Budweiser, Johnson & Johnson, to name a couple. And more recently, over the past 2 years, I've been working at the Sasha Group, which is a startup inside of VaynerX's world, where we work with clients like Whitney. We work with startups, small to mid-sized businesses, really trying to scale their efforts when it comes to going from little-known brand to household name. And that's we definitely are seeing that with Whit. She's a force to be reckoned with, and we love the fact that she's kind of in this sports realm. So when you decided to put this panel on, she was the first person I thought of.
Awesome. Well, yeah, and thanks so much for not only joining but bringing Whit into the conversation as well. So I really appreciate it. And ultimately to bring the two of you up to speed on what we've been talking about a lot of the obvious conversation. Matt, if you want to go to your not NCAA property one, or you can give it back the control back to me, whichever one you want to do. But what we were talking about a lot was this conversation around women's inequality in the March Madness tournament, and the fact, by the way, if you didn't know this, I didn't know this until a couple of days ago, that March Madness as a brand is not associated whatsoever with the women's tournament. It's just called the women's basketball tournament, right? Why wouldn't you just call it March Madness, right? Everybody else does, but the NCAA does not. But ultimately, what we found looking at the analysis is that while the not NCAA property conversation kind of exploded there with Geo Baker from Rutgers, starting the conversation around name, image, and likeness, then the women's inequality with Sedona Price that posted the video of the obvious inequity that was happening. with the weight room and the swag bags and all that kind of stuff, that exploded a much bigger conversation and kind of drowned out the whole idea of the not NCAA property piece. And I think what we were talking about earlier is around how the name, image, and likeness conversation on the men's side has always been a conversation. It's been that way for years. On the women's side, there are now starting to become more examples that are actually caught on video on social media of the inequity that women's athletes have to face versus the men. And so that's why I think it caused a much bigger conversation when Sedona tweeted out her video than what they saw on the men's side with not NCAA property, which is kind of, everyone knows that argument, right? I don't know. Any thoughts on that?
Got a little lost in that narrative a little bit, but I think what I gleaned from that is that Sedona has made a big national conversation out of an inequity and is drawing a lot of attention to the disparity between, what's going on the men's side and the women's side. In terms of name, image, and likeness, I think, people like Sedona and the women's sport in general could be could actually further their cause quite a bit over the next couple of years, because at the speed in which technology is moving, there are things like NFTs coming around, for instance, that like Sedona's was that on Twitter or was that on Instagram? That tweet that she put out, I think it was on Twitter.
But it was taken on TikTok.
Yeah,
TikTok. Great. She could actually take that, turn it into an NFT, and relicense it out and actually sell that clip of her saying what she's saying. It could become a massively famous thing from now until the women's tournament becomes a bigger deal. So there's not a lot of people on the men's side really experimenting with the innovation side of things. So I think that's one way that they can, really make some hay here is evolve and take a evolutionary step ahead of where the men's tournament is at and where some of the men's basketball players are at. I'd say if they lean into focusing on technology, they can become household names.
Yeah. I think generally they've kept the men away from technology because they're like, what 20-year-old guy needs access to being able to dump his brain onto, into the entire world's ecosystem.
Right, exactly.
But
yeah, I mean, it speaks to, during season, a lot of coaches try to discourage their players from, being on social media.
Yeah.
It can be seen as a distraction, right? When you're trying to focus on the games. But the power of what she was able to put out there, the video evidence of the inequity that was there was extremely powerful. And I think you're right. I mean, she should be thinking about how, whether or not name, image, likeness is going to be, available, in the near future or not. Right now, that video is out there, and it could be an NFT that she could monetize on her own.
Mm-hmm. I'm not a huge NFT expert or anything blockchain or Bitcoin related, but it is one of the more kind of popular conversations that's starting to take fire in a lot of different investing circles right now. When you see the price of Ethereum and Bitcoin going through the roof, there's a lot of young people that are very interested in that universe.
My big question was, I saw that like Dick's Sporting Goods and a couple other, companies in that article you had come out and said, we're sending stuff down, we're sending all this equipment your way for the weight room. So did they ended up just getting stuff from these other companies and that's how they got their weight room? Or did NCAA actually step in? What was do we know the real of how that really went down?
As far as I have seen, the official thing that happened is that those brands stepped in the meantime until the NCAA was able to rectify the situation. And the NCAA, once they got the equipment and the space that they needed, because one of the logistical things that I heard was going on was that the coaches, the women's basketball coaches said they didn't want to have the practice facility right next to the weight room, which makes sense because you're going to have people spying on other teams, right? As they're training, they might be spying on other teams' practice. Makes total sense. So what they needed to do all of a sudden, once they realized, oh, well, the NCAA's original thought was, okay, we're just going to give them like a, not really any weight room because we don't have the ability to find other space where it's not right next to the practice facility. In actuality, they just needed to find other space. They needed to put in the effort like they did on the men's side to find some space. And so during that interim time, while they were trying to find space away from the practice facility for what would become a new, training facility for the women, that's when the brand stepped in. That's when Dick's Sporting Goods stepped in, and Tonal and Orange Theory, and then finally NCAA women's basketball, their official handle, like tweeted out like new training facility, like really excited, and so that was kind of the okay, we've rectified the situation. That's kind of how the NCAA handled it.
I think the real question is going to be next year, come this time again, what's the setup going to look like from day one? Are they going to learn from this year and actually make changes going into the tournament for next year? Or is it going to be same status quo? They're going to pull it again, do the same thing like they did, and just hope maybe no one says anything. That's going to be what I'm interested to see next year is, are they going to learn from this? And that's the thing too, that's so interesting is so many brands out there are trying to, put themselves out there and be part of these, discussions, be part of some supporting women in any way. A lot of businesses are shifting towards that. So it's interesting to me that the NCAA wouldn't take this opportunity to say, okay, let's start partnering with Dick's Sporting Goods or Orange Theory or whoever these companies are to say, hey, come support our women. Let's create a partnership here where you guys can get the media attention, and as can the NCAA on the women's side of having that support. I think that for so long, these women in general, but women in sports haven't gotten the amount of attention, obviously, that the men do. They don't get the amount of dollar revenue that the men do. And we were almost when we were young, that's how we were raised. It starts from such a young age. And I do feel like we are in a changing generation. Like I have 2 daughters. I know my husband is very much like Joe, where he is just like women all the way. And, he's a big supporter of just his, 2 little girls. He wants them to live in a different world. We've just been raised to accept that this is normal from such a young age. And I think that now with social media, it gives these new generations like us the opportunity to be able to uplift that base and really start to change the conversation to say, oh, no, this isn't okay. And we're not going to stand for it. And moving forward, this is how it's going to be done. Because no one can hide anymore. When we were younger and all this stuff was happening, there was no social media. Nobody was posting anything. Nobody knew anything that was going on. But now, I mean, any little thing you can put all over social, and now everybody knows about it. So it should be a big wake-up call for these, leagues, these tournaments, everything, to kind of say like, okay, we can't do what we once did is no longer accepted. We have to change the course, because as many of you can see, I mean, women aren't going anywhere, and they are just getting stronger and stronger. And the more power that women have in business, in money, in how they're spending, I mean, it is insane. I just read an article before we got on about Puma redesigning their running program, and they're specifically focusing on women's running shoes. And the guy on there said the reason why is more women this is from 2 years ago. So in the last 2 years, women are running and crossing the finish line twice as much as men.
Mm-hmm. It's, I mean, you've been on you've hit on so many things that
Sorry. I'm like boom, 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 boom.
no, but no, it's awesome because you're hitting on a lot of the things that we were discussing earlier around like how you know, one of the things is that when you have the payout structure that the NCAA currently has and the sponsorship structure that the NCAA currently has, right now, one of the things that Mary from Zoom that was on earlier was mentioning is that oftentimes the women's sports is just seen as kind of an add-on to the overall sponsorship package for the NCAA. And so what they're doing is they're just saying, okay, well, you want to sponsor this team or this conference or the NCAA overall. Well, you're going to get all the sports, but we're going to put the majority of that investment in college football and men's college basketball because those have been historically the revenue drivers, right? But ultimately, what that's doing is you're losing out on the ability to specifically reach the female audience that's really into the women's sports, because of the fact that you're not using the data that's out there that shows what the female audience is into in terms of what sports, what brands, et cetera, that ultimately can drive the decisions around specifically sponsoring women's basketball or women's volleyball or whatever it may be, as opposed to having it be like, no, it's one package. You know, you're sponsoring all of the athletic department, right? And then the women become kind of like this add-on, and there's not like a data-driven investment that's focused on them.
Speaking about data, it's kind of crazy that it's 2021 and we're having these weight room issues when we're living in an era of connected fitness. And these hotels have been hemorrhaging money for the past year due to the pandemic. Like, I wonder if there's any conversation to be had in doing JVs between, you know, I don't know what hotel they're staying at, but let's say Marriott or Hilton, for instance. Would one of those hotel chains want to partner with Mirror and Lululemon or, you know, Peloton or, you know, Fight Camp and be able to have gyms inside of everyone's room? You know, that seems like, especially when we're trying to keep people separate and social distance and all that kind of stuff, seems to me like a worthwhile investment of not necessarily permanently, but that's a great way for a company like a Peloton to get involved with the tournament in an earnest way, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and everyone brought up a phenomenal point with the sponsorship structure of these smaller sports. What would it be like if you go to a school where volleyball is the main revenue driver or gymnastics is the main revenue driver? I think there's so many great opportunities from a content standpoint where that could be done, but there also needs to be some innovation on the sponsorship side as well, where I know Nick and I have looked at the space, and the main conversation with a lot of people, it's only focused in on two things. It's either sponsorship or ticket sales, when there's so much more opportunity out there to create sponsorship or to create content and opportunity using social media. And that's just outside the standard content series. It could be sponsored hashtag campaigns. It could be AR filters. It could be ticketing apps. So there needs to be innovation on both sides, not just from a sponsorship standpoint, but also in a way that you create some great partnerships overall that not only make sense to the company's brand name, but create some sense with the product on the other end as well.
Absolutely, totally agree. And just so that everyone knows, Nerissa Marbury from One Epiphany just rejoined us. She was one of our early panelists at the beginning of the panel earlier on in the afternoon. But Nerissa, thanks for rejoining for a little bit, and want to reintroduce yourself because we have a lot of new faces.
Absolutely, thank you, Frank. Glad to return in the afternoon. For those who haven't met me, I'm Nerissa Marbury. I am owner of One Epiphany LLC. We offer digital marketing as well as marketing operations consulting to CMOs, business leaders, etc. When they do not have the time, know-how, or resources to manage or run their marketing departments alone. So I am happy to return this afternoon. And for those who are not aware, I am a very proud Wolverine, go blue. But as Frank and Joe already know, I'm also a VCU grad as well, so go Rams.
Not doing so hot over there. Losing to Indiana by 9 right now, but
I know we're not doing all too well right now. My shirt is not bringing us luck to the 13 seed Rams at the moment. But either way, yeah, thank you so much for rejoining, Nerissa. And we had talked a lot earlier on. I think one of the things that, to what Whitney was just saying earlier, that is something related to what Nerissa and I were talking about, is the idea of discoverability, and how the media landscape when we were kids, to Whitney's point of how starting sports fans young, to be into both men's and women's sports. The media landscape when we were kids, it was dominated by there's ESPN, there's CBS Sports, there's Fox Sports, whatever it may be, and the only way to find out about a sport is through those channels, right? And they were only showing the men's channels because those were the ones that they felt were giving the best ratings, right? But then ultimately what you now have with the technology that's available now with streaming services, with ESPN Plus, et cetera, there currently are plenty of women's games on ESPN Plus. But when you go to the front page of ESPN Plus, or you're the front page of the ESPN app or CBS Sports app, et cetera, what you see is all men's content. I had to, just to prepare for this webinar, I had to go deep into the CBS Sports app, into other sports, just to find out what was going on in the women's tournament, right? So when you think about how now there is the ability for women's sports to be discovered, but part of the onus needs to be on the content producer, the content distributors, to equally show the women's news stories, the women's scores, et cetera, next to the men's scores, so that a guy like me that's a diehard sports fan, I get every alert about the NFL and the men's basketball tournament and NHL, et cetera. I didn't get an alert that said that BYU just upset Rutgers. I didn't get an alert like upset alert happening in the women's tournament, right? So that there's a level of onus on the content distributors in this conversation that they need to make that discoverable for young sports fans who don't have that bias of, only men's sports are really focused on, and as in a young age can become fans of women's sports and have that be a part of their habit before they get older.
Well, so back to my technology point earlier, like I feel like it's been driven that way because of TV deals, TV ratings historically. But as we, usher in a new dawn in the next probably 20 to 30 years, how much is conversation around sports going to be driven by mega bucks TV deals when the main consumer of the product doesn't even really enjoy the television experience all that much? I mean, I, for one, am accessing pretty much all content through either an Apple TV or a mobile device today, whether it's Spectrum app that delivers me my cable service or looking at stuff one-off in an ESPN Plus or something like that. How much longer can this facade of like money and TV really impact the way things are moving forward? Granted, I know NFL is the big dog on the block, and there will continue to be hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars poured into TV contracts there. But when you're talking about men's and women's basketball, like, I don't know, for me, the tournament isn't what it was 10 years ago even. So I would look to the women's, I mean, that's the thing. It's hard to say I would look to the women's side of things to do XYZ when they're being controlled by the same governing body, and they clearly care more about the men's league than they do the women's. But I think there is a chance to gain more popularity if they diversify their distribution methods to, alternative streaming platforms, let's say. Like the NFL's experimenting with Amazon. What would it look like if the women's tournament was brought to you by Amazon or, something like that? I think, or maybe not even, maybe like TikTok can get into the world of streaming, women's basketball games or something like that. I know Twitter got involved. Well,
Joe, what you just mentioned is extremely interesting. It sort of resonated in my head as when people say email is dead. And you are implying that TV is dead when it comes to sports.
Well, I'm not saying it's necessarily dead right now. I'm just saying, like, to try to get a leg up moving forward over the next 20, 30 years, how can we learn, how can we create some space for, you know, the women's leagues, and I'll say leagues in plural, by understanding the future of where technology is headed, right? I don't think TV is dead right now, but if we're talking about the year 2035, what is the year 2035 going to look like, and how is sports going to be driven by technology? Where are people going to be consuming content? I would hope by then we're not still consuming, you know, men's or women's basketball games via the same cable platforms, cable channels as we are right now. I think a better experience is out there to be had.
And it very well could be. I'm not sure if it will necessarily do an evolution in the next 14 years or 10 to 15 years or not. There definitely will always be new technology platforms. And I do agree with you when you're talking about getting women's sports, regardless of what it is, on more platforms, so then they can become visible and where people are on their different devices, mobile specifically. However, I'm also thinking, and this goes back into the conversation that Frank and I were having with Mary and Dr. Ceyda, was about getting or establishing a pipeline of sorts by getting more exposure to the women athletes, because when you're looking at the NIL, not sure if y'all spoken about that this afternoon or not, but when you're looking at that, the reason why it's not a conversation on the women's side of things is because of what was mentioned by Frank a moment ago regarding the sports channels not giving women the same opportunity to be easily discovered.
Yeah.
And without that discoverability, it's hard to demonstrate the value that women's athletes have. And this is where if a brand wants to be innovative and take a very strategic approach at this point in time to change that, to get in and sponsor a school team, an athlete as best as you can with the NCAA rules currently, and give them opportunities to have a bigger platform than they have in the past, then I would say moving a women's sports to TikTok or to Amazon or to a smaller, at this point in time, smaller visibility channel would be ideal. But to do it, if that were to happen sooner, then as a woman myself and a former athlete, I would be wondering, it's like, well, so you're still not seeing us good for the big stage? You're going to put us on the smaller stages. So
yeah,
go ahead, Frank.
And I think to piggyback off what you just said, I mean, ultimately, you know, the same decision that currently and historically has been made by the ESPNs and the Fox Sports and you know, the CBS Sports of the world to promote the men's game more than the women's game. That same decision would have to be made by Amazon or TikTok or whoever it may be in terms of discoverability, right? If I go to my Amazon Prime and it's the first thing that I see, the featured thing is Women's March Madness, then my kids who are running around the room like, oh, cool, there's a basketball game on, and they want me to put it on, right? So promoting it on the home screen is also important. And so it's not just about, okay, yeah, let's leverage technology, but getting those technology providers to do something that historically the ESPNs and the CBS Sports have not done, which is not just say, yeah, we'll partner with you, but we'll put you front and center, right, to make sure that you're getting the most visibility. Real quick on that point, I know Matthew and Nick, you guys need to run.
Yes, we do. Nick, are there any final points that you want to make?
Actually, that was interesting too, the whole push notification point you made earlier with ESPN. I know even like the specific March Madness app, which I know we touched on before, maybe not even be included with women able to use the March Madness name, but that's specific to the tournament itself. And I know I didn't get any kind of update. I haven't got any kind of push notification, but I know just talking about the being able to put on the homepage and stuff, but just something as simple as being equal in a push notification isn't even happening. So that promotion aspect, it's like going to TikTok or something, thinking about the future is great, but what now is just something that's so simple that could be able to promote things in just a simple way and push notifications, and that's not even happening now. So how can we change things that are going on right now in the most simple ways even?
And that's a fair point, even too from the media side, because Frank was mentioning how they're going to put certain sports front and center. That's really the key content strategy for a lot of these smaller media companies, if you think about it, where you have Triller trying to do boxing, you have Twitch and YouTube trying to do fan-controlled football. And even Overtime as well, really making a name for themselves in high school and college basketball, particularly with the women as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what these smaller content platforms do around these smaller sports as well. But like we've already said, and what Nick said perfectly, there can be such simple steps that they need to take right now that they're not going to require a massive upheaval of media rights deals. They're not going to require a massive change in how they make their sponsorships or program their games. It's just as simple as moving one column away from a super hidden section, like it is in the CBS Sports app, to maybe front of page, or even just doing something as simple as the push notifications with the upset alerts, or saying, hey, and only because I see Eric here as an Arkansas guy, but hey, Arkansas is leading here, or hey, the Must Bus is rolling around. You want to click in to watch? Something as simple as that.
Yep. Exactly. So, I know you guys have to run, so I just want to say thank you again to Matthew and Nick for putting together awesome Talkwalker dashboards and for joining the conversation. Really love your insight because you guys are in the sports analytics space all the time. Sports is one of many topics that I analyze, but you guys are in it all day long. So I really appreciate you all coming on.
Thank you, Frank. As always, thank you for the opportunity. And what I want to do is, because I mentioned these earlier, I'm just going to put in a couple profiles that I tend to follow around the diversity in hockey space, like we were talking about earlier. Black Girl Hockey Club, you'll hear a lot of as of late. They just had a great feature done in the New York Times about them. And then Joshvina, I've known her since my time at UConn working with the men's hockey team. She's a real champion in a space that really needs more diversity. And then I will also throw in my LinkedIn page if anyone wants to talk more about sport business or social listening or just SM sports in general. I'm always willing to have a conversation.
Awesome. Great stuff. Well, thanks so much. I really appreciate both of you being on and for giving us this great content.
All right. Thank you, Frank. Stay safe, everyone, and we'll see you Thursday.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Have a good one, guys.
Bye.
Frank, I wonder what impact, it seems like this year is a different year in a lot of ways. Obviously, the pandemic has been crazy, but what impact, I wonder, has legalized gambling had on both men's and women's sports, specifically NCAA? Because I feel like that's one somewhat, interesting pathway to kind of level setting the board. Gambling is gambling, and understanding how to read point spreads and stuff like that is something that most people that do bet on sports are looking to bet on a wide variety of sports. I remember in the early days of pandemic, people were looking to bet on, the craziest things like Pakistani cricket games and stuff like that. Like, is there anything anywhere to your knowledge when you were doing some research that talks about, the angle of online sports betting and how that's maybe bringing some interest into the women's game?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think in terms of the conversation that I've seen in terms of the women's game, you do see a little bit of conversation in the word clouds around odds and sports bet, hashtag sports betting, things like that. Ultimately, what you do see a lot of is conversation about like illegal free streaming and cord cutting and things like that. But yeah, I mean, it is a very good point that ultimately when it comes to sports betting, that is a way to get people involved in a sport they don't care about, in the same way that brackets are. I mean, the nature of the reason March Madness is what it is, you could argue, is because of the fact that people like to fill out a bracket, and then whether or not it's just a friendly wager or they're actually betting on it, and going to a sports book, that's what people like to do when it comes to this time of year. So it's a great point. And ultimately, I think the NCAA is going to be the hindrance there versus the pro leagues that are starting to kind of embrace the sports betting world.
Right.
One thing that I wanted to show real quick, actually, let me switch over to Zoom, because I want to show you all what I was starting to do earlier, which might spark some other conversations. Is that as opposed to the Talkwalker dashboards that are more around social conversation, what's happening in social conversation right now when it comes to the Women's March Madness, what we're seeing here, this is the Zoom tool Mary from Zoom was on earlier, and so for those that missed it, basically what we're able to do here, I created an audience of the 575 K-ish followers of NCAA women's basketball. So automatically, that everyone that follows this handle is a fan of women's basketball, right? And so what you're able to then see, and this is where I was talking earlier about using the data to understand the audience, as opposed to just having the women's sports be a part of a larger sponsorship package, but actually thinking specifically about brands that should be sponsoring women's sports. If I'm Southwest Airlines and I am touting women's empowerment in general as part of my corporate social responsibility, I should be engaging the women's tournament right now, because it's clear here that there's a higher followership, there's more passionate engagement for women's basketball fans that also follow my brand versus United, JetBlue, et cetera. And so that's just one of many examples of where I think you can get into a much more data-driven conversation for sponsorships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any way to look at that dashboard if you take it out of the category context, and could you just look at it in terms of like which categories are the highest over index with women's basketball versus just looking at it category by category?
Yeah, actually. And really quick, because I just hit retail, you see Dick's Sporting Goods, who was the one that jumped in to help out. They're number 2, but it's pretty close, 1.5%, 1.4 versus Finish Line. So it made sense for them to engage in that moment. 47.4% higher index than the general population on Twitter.
That's why I was wondering about the category question, because it looks like Dick's Sporting Good is a 47x while Southwest is a 2x. So what categories make more sense than others from a branding perspective?
Yeah, so ultimately, to that point, what you can get into is overall brands. I don't know if you can go just category in general to answer your question, but looking at brands all. So let's look at all brands. And so obviously 100% of people who follow women's basketball also follow NCAA women's basketball, right? But then I think what's interesting is that you've got NFL number 2, March Madness number 3. So the women's tournament isn't even called March Madness, and yet a obviously high follower overlap with March Madness TV as a handle. But then getting past just the sports brands, you start to get into more news, et cetera. But then like PlayStation number 1 overall in terms of the highest overlap and affinity between women's basketball fans that also are into PlayStation. Versus if you go a little bit further down, I saw Xbox down here. So they're also into Xbox, but not as much as PlayStation. So if I'm PlayStation, I'm thinking about what I can do with a women's basketball game that might make sense for my platform. So WWE, I thought it was interesting. CrossFit popping up. So I think here's where you can kind of like, you can boil the ocean in terms of looking at all sorts of different categories. National Geographic popping up high. NASA. So there's a lot you can do with the affinity data and the follower overlap data that can show you more of just kind of what your audience that you're targeting, what else are they into besides just strictly women's college basketball? Because when you start thinking about the other brands and other interests that they have, then you start getting into more interesting insights in terms of content creation and partnership.
What I found interesting with those social connections was the March Madness TV was really high, but the NCAA March Madness was a lot lower in comparison. And so what I'm taking it as, and this is a huge jump in connecting the dots, is from a TV perspective that there's opportunities for brands to become sponsors, but from an NCAA side of things, people don't necessarily go to them when they're thinking about women's basketball because of a multitude of reasons that we had stated earlier in today, such as the NCAA app not even having anything about women's sports on the app, and making it hard for people to seek out that information readily.
Yeah. That is interesting that, yeah, the March Madness, the official handle for March Madness is not nearly as high as March Madness TV. So right there, it says, that women's basketball fans are consuming March Madness highlights, more so than just following the March Madness handle in general. They're focused on the specific handle that punches out or pushes out highlights. And so there's a natural opportunity there to leverage the brand name of March Madness since everyone already does it. I said it a million times in our promotional posts, right? I said it's March Madness tournament, right? But in actuality, it's not called March Madness, and it doesn't really make much sense why it's not.
Absolutely.
Well, are you guys also seeing the disconnect here on NCAA women's basketball, but then WNBA? Like, wouldn't you think that WNBA would be much higher?
There too.
Yep, you're right. You're right. You would think WNBA would be higher. NBA is number 7.
WNBA, it's down.
Yeah, it's much further down.
And Whitney, part of my thought is because women athletes in general really aren't put into the spotlight as much as male athletes. And so that natural pipeline of going from college to pro isn't necessarily there as, it just isn't there for women as easily or as prominently as it is for the male athletes or their male counterparts.
Mm-hmm. And just for fun, what I can do also is I can let's set up another audience analysis real quick. I'm going to switch over just to show how easy it is to do this. And let me go back in to share my screen. It might be interesting to see what the WNBA's affinities look like, because the Paige Beckers of the world are about to be in the WNBA, right? And so Nerissa, we talked earlier about how by thinking about a partnership with UConn basketball or Paige Becker specifically, now brands can get in before she becomes a even bigger household name with the WNBA, and so that might create an opportunity for a smaller brand that maybe doesn't have the ability to sponsor the Super Bowl or sponsor all of March Madness, right? But they can sponsor and bring in as an influencer or micro influencer, whatever you want to call her. if that makes sense. Let me real quick. I'm assuming it's just at WNBA, but someone correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, this is at WNBA. Okay, cool. All right, let me go back. Now we're going to reshare. So I'll create, so at WNBA. So you can go into a million different things in terms of like, looking at people who follow this and that, or, this or that, et cetera. But just for the interest of our conversation, let's just look at WNBA fans. WNBA fans. And we'll save that. And now let's take a look at the top brands that WNBA fans are into. So again, what's interesting, same with women's sports or women's college basketball, more male fans than female. Still similar millennial, Gen Z, which makes sense because we're talking about social. Sports being number one, as you'd expect, but then music, quick service restaurants, fashion and beauty pops a little higher than it did with the women's college fans. Automotive, gaming, technology. You get into music interests. Where's their music interests? They're into pop more than they are hip hop and rap. In terms of their entertainment interests, they're more into talk shows and comedy than they are action and reality TV and sci-fi. And then let's look at social connections. So let's look at brands. So besides following the WNBA, the biggest overlap is the NBA itself, which makes sense. The Lakers, the Bulls. So let's move past sports a little bit. Let's see. Man, they follow a lot of sports, which makes sense. Olympics, Nike.
Yeah, and what's interesting about the whole men versus women situation, as far as who's tuning in and who's going to games and all of that on WNBA side, a big thing that we pushed for this following season. So we're doing a collection with the WNBA for Logo Woman. So it's the woman with the, with the basketball. And my big push to the league was, this should all be unisex. Why are we specifically selling it just to women when you're telling me that a lot of men go to these games? A lot of men do like to support the women.
Yeah.
I want, LeBron James wearing my Logo Woman hoodie. Of course, why wouldn't I, right? So we created our whole collection for WNBA coming out next season is all unisex, with that in mind, knowing that the men's on the NBA side are going to rock it. So the NBA or the WNBA did that orange hoodie that went viral last year. And so when I came into the market this year, I'm like, okay, so talk to me about this orange hoodie. They're like, well, was this? It was a Shattered Records. Okay, this hoodie shattered records. And I was like, so it's just an orange hoodie with a screen print? And like, I was waiting for like more, like, that's it. It just literally was an orange hoodie with a screen print. And she was like, yes. And I was like, okay. So coming into this season, a big focus for us was like, okay, I see your orange hoodie and I'm going to raise you like 10 notches. So the stuff that we are turning out for WNBA for Logo Woman this coming year, I mean, the order that they put in, I was actually, when it came in, I was like, is this real? Because I was not expecting an order that large to come in. But, the thing is that people are looking for more fashion forward, more on trend items. And so I said, okay, let's take that idea of that orange hoodie, but let's make it cooler. Let's take it to that fashion level. Let's up the game on it so that we can create, you've already created this fandom of this orange hoodie. Let's build upon that. And so, coming up this next year, I mean, I'm very much hoping that LeBron, if he's out there, holla if you hear me. I hope that he is going to rock this unisex jogger set with Logo Woman plastered all over it, because that's what this is. That's what you have to go after. I mean, I was like, I'm not just going to give you another hoodie with a screen print. We're not going to do that. We got to do something different.
That's awesome. And I mean, there's such an opportunity there. And yeah, I mean, to your point with LeBron hopefully wearing it. I mean, you think about the athletes that are involved with these brands right here that are WNBA fans are most into Nike more than they are Adidas. Makes sense. But starting to think about the athletes that wear these brands, right, that then can become advocates for your products, right? So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Yeah. Cool. So ultimately, by the way, it looks like now it's official, but it's been official for a while. VCU got rocked in our game, unfortunately. 63-32 Indiana over VCU. So.
And this one, what I was looking down the tournament scores in the women's tournament right now. It seems like it's been mostly chalk so far. There may be one upset, but for the most part, it seems like the higher seeds are prevailing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they absolutely have. And hey, Eric, did you just raise your hand?
Yeah. Good afternoon, folks. How's everybody doing?
Hey.
Eric Mays.
Good. How are you?
Great conversation. I have a question in particular about the women's interest compared to the men's interest in WNBA. Y'all may have discussed it before, but why does that seem to be the case? Why do men have a larger or greater interest or demonstrated greater interest based on what we just looked at than the women?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. I mean, ultimately, it kind of speaks to the at least for me, it speaks to the inherent kind of way that our culture has always brought up sports fans as focused on men's sports more than women's sports, and therefore broad generality that I'm talking about here, but men, little boys get more into sports than little girls historically. That's changing now. Mm-hmm. But there are more opportunities to play sports, and I think therefore even within a women's sport like WNBA, you still have more guys into it than women. That's my take on it. That's my way of kind of looking at the insight, is that it's about it speaks to the general nature of who sports fans are at the broadest level. But I don't know. What do y'all think?
I agree with that, Eric. I was going to ask how far you wanted to go back into the history and society. I think there's sort of similar to the insight that was always found that girls around the age of 13 or 14, their self-esteem just craters. I think if you were to map out interest in sports, generally speaking, throughout history, that would probably be the same, because there's just this societal push to get interested in other things. And fighting it is hard. Hopefully that changes and is changing, as we should be okay with girls being sports fans.
Yeah, and I mean, even here in Vegas, obviously VGK is a very big deal here. To jump into hockey, but I'll show you where I'm going with this.
I was going to say Golden Knights, right?
Yeah, you're the Vegas Golden Knights, the NHL team. So that kind of, I mean, hockey in the desert, nobody really thought it would work, and it's huge. We have a group of girls in our neighborhood that have created this little roller hockey, thing out in the street, and there's 6 of them. It's all girls, and they're into it. They do it every single day. And me and my husband were like, that is so awesome that that was able to spark that. And now you have this little girls crew doing this little, hockey thing in the street. I mean, I would have expected it to be boys, but it's awesome that you're starting to see that more and more in these younger generations. They're starting to pick up on some of these more male dominated sports and saying, hey, I want to do that. That looks fun. Let's try it. And so I think, you're definitely going to start to see it as the generations start to evolve. And obviously as women start taking more of the forefront. but I same thing. I mean, I was told by the WNBA, by the Aces, the Las Vegas Aces, they were like, this was before he bought the team. Our number one fan is Mark Davis, the owner of the Raiders. And I was like, what do you mean he's the number one fan? She's like, he's the number one fan. He is at every game. He is obsessed with the Raiders. And then when I saw that he bought the team, I was like, well, that makes sense because he's literally their number one fan. And she had told me that, you know, huge demographic that goes to the Las Vegas Aces games are male. And so that's when I was like, well, we got to be doing unisex product that everybody can wear then, because if you're only going after women, but you're telling me there's a lot of men that come to these games, you have to be able to give product to both of them. And because they don't have the level like NBA does, they don't want to buy up men's product and women's product. They don't have their spending budget isn't big enough for that. So I think we're starting to see it in these younger generations, but it's definitely going to take a minute to finally get to where it needs to go, but it's positive.
Yeah, I mean, I remember my youth in the 80s and 90s. If I wasn't playing sports, I was talking about sports. If I wasn't talking about sports, I was wearing sports apparel to school and repping my brands and stuff like that. If you had told me in the year 2000 that, 20 years from now, there's going to be, young boys and young men also interacting with apps like TikTok doing song and dance, I would have told you were crazy. But the roles have kind of reversed. You do see more young women talking about sports and being sports obsessed like boys were back in my day. And you see more young boys intersecting with song and dance and reality TV and stuff like that than you might have when I was a kid. So the lines are definitely getting blurred. It's just going to take a couple decades, right? As Gen Z comes of age and is in their 30s and 40s and are really controlling communications. I think that's when you'll start to finally see it like come to fruition more, but it's definitely different than when I was younger, for sure.
Yeah. It's one of those societal norms. Like for myself, I did not play basketball in college, but I did play basketball starting in elementary school through high school. And so as that, I had always been a basketball fan, whether it was NBA, college, what have you. And one of the things that I'm hearing, and the NFL went through this a little bit, or could still be currently going through this, where all of a sudden the lover of, or women liking football just seemed like, oh, women actually like football. Women are watching football. I've been a football fan since I was a kid as well. And so it wasn't anything new, but it seemed like it was new to, I would say, the marketing world or the sports world because of those societal norms. Mm-hmm. Whitney was talking about having unisex in order to meet the under-addressed market for the WNBA. The same thing needs to occur for women, to where it's like, well, how are you addressing that unmet need, that fully tapped market of women who are, whether they're watching the WNBA or the NBA, it doesn't really matter. It's like, how do you get both genders at the same time? And it is really about getting that exposure. And I'm just gonna go back to it because this morning we were definitely riffing as far as like creating that pipeline and getting those athletes the spotlight and the notice that they deserve as they continue to go into like the pro realm and to tap into that casual watcher market that is there. You just have to spark their interest when it comes down to it.
So I have a great statistic for you. Speaking of NFL, female viewership accounts for 45% of NFL games, but only 10% of sports apparel sales.
And I would probably say you've gone, I mean, Whitney and your apparel, sorry, Kate, it's like working in apparel, you probably have gone to their website and seen what they sell.
Not a lot of good options.
Yeah.
Like they focus on men predominantly. So I'm not surprised that only 10% of their apparel is bought by women. So it's the same thing. That's why I said that you need to proactively reach out, how Whitney's doing with the WNBA and going after that man by having a unisex symbol. You have to do the same thing for women as well.
Yeah, NFL is the hardest one to crack of all of them. I do have a collection coming out with the Raiders, so I am working with the NFL. I'm trying to get a full license, which is very difficult. They don't just hand them out. But that's a big part of what I'm trying to sell to them is exactly what you're saying is more female focused apparel that women actually want to buy, that they actually want to wear, that is good material, that's premium, that has a good fit. And then also with that tapping into the unisex demographic and being able to tap into, you know, the men too don't have a huge variety either. A lot of it is still that basic t-shirt, basic hoodie, all the basics. And what if you're a more fashionable guy and for you, it's not really your jam, but you want to be able to rock something, you want to wear something, you want to rep your team, but you don't want that basic tee that just doesn't represent you. So I'm trying to go after that market, and that's kind of the focus of what we're trying to do. Joe's been helping, obviously, over at the Sasha group, and we've tapped into that, like the social supporter. Who's catering to that person? The NFL's aware that women aren't buying a ton. They're aware that there's these new demographics popping up, like the social supporter, like the +1 fan, people who are there for the social experience. And they want to be able to tap them and be able to get them to buy things and to make money off of them. So they're trying to shift their focus now into that. But I think it'll take time to really be able to tap it. But they're trying. They're aware.
Well, it's definitely a fascinating conversation. I know, Joe, you said you need to run.
Yes. Yeah, dude, I gotta pop off.
Cool. Okay. Well, and Whit as well. Did you head out?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Well, then just wanted to say thank you to both of you for joining. Amazing conversation. I think that there's a lot of great insight that we've had today, and we're going to stay on for the rest of the group for another hour. And we've got Dr. Ceyda Mumcu from University of New Haven. She's a sports marketing professor. She'll be back on at 4:30. And Kayte, I think you're sticking on with me for a little bit. So thanks so very much, Whit and Joe, for joining, and let's do this again for more real-time conversation webinars during sporting events.
Cool. Thanks, Frank.
Thank you so much for having us. You guys. Bye. And
Nerissa, did you have to head out as well, or are you sticking around?
I will be heading out in about 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. Awesome. You have to head out, Eric? All right, I'll unmute you, buddy. Hold on 1 second. There you go. Cool.
Hey, as I said, great discussion. Just popped in. Nerissa and I both went to the University of Michigan for undergrad. So I saw she was participating in this. I'm a former student athlete at the University of Michigan. I played captain, played football and was captain
Awesome.
in '97 there. So this also interested me from that standpoint. So thanks for allowing me to participate. Great job, folks.
Yeah, thanks for coming, and go blue.
That's right. Go blue.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much. Really appreciate you being on.
All right. Take care.
Take care. So let's check the scores. We have one more hour, and we've had a lot of great conversation. So let's just see what's going on with the scores, and then we can dive back into maybe the social analytics a little bit more. Hold on 1 minute.
This Arkansas game has tightened up.
Yeah, we've definitely got a closer game there. I'm going to bring it back on the screen for those that might not be near a TV. So, we talked about this earlier on in the webinar, but it's harder to get the fan base into that's already watching something like the men's tournament. Like there was an upset in the men's side earlier with Iowa going down. And I know that there's another game also on right now on the men's side. I believe it's Gonzaga and Oklahoma. That one's not as close. So hopefully, in this moment with Arkansas and Wright State, a four versus a 13, being 1 minute away from potentially an upset. And on the men's side, the only game on right now is a 1 seed Gonzaga blowing out Oklahoma. You would think this would be the moment when I would get the notification like upset alert, right? Wright State, but nothing so far. Haven't gotten it. So
yeah, definitely a missed opportunity from a channel perspective, even if it's just like a little ticker tape across the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and they are, you know, to their credit, they do, you know, go through all of the, for the most part, the other sports that are going on the bottom of the screen. But it's one thing to just have it on the bottom of the screen. It's another thing for, I think, you know, one thing we didn't talk about earlier is the commentators, right? Commentators have the ability to talk about what they want to talk about. Right now, if they're supposed to be covering a men's game and all they do is talk about other sports that are going on the entire time, they're probably going to get their hands slapped. But, you know, they could, if it would be a big statement if whoever is doing the commentary on the Gonzaga game that's a blowout right now just happened to mention, you know, that yeah, you know, we're also seeing really great you know, men's or women's action. And there's actually an upset that's brewing right now with Wright State. They could say that just a small little head nod to the women's tournament, and that might, you know, it might lose a little bit of ratings for that blowout on the men's side, but it would be a big statement for women's equality in sports to just have the commentator be able to kind of point someone to an upset alert on the women's side.
All right, I just saw the 3-pointer that was made.
Yep.
Yeah. And now we're looking at so yesterday we had 0 upsets on the women's side. Now we have BYU as an 11 seed, and I believe now the only other upset is going to be Wright State if they can hold on. The others for today have not been upsets, just going through. But yeah, this is the exact moment that we were hoping for, where on the men's side you do have a blowout, right? And on the women's side you got a great game. This is when you would hope that that on social and on push notifications on everyone's phones, you would start to get people noticing that there's an upset alert.
Yeah, it would definitely make me switch a channel, or if I didn't have a TV, go like, oh, let me find the live stream someplace.
Exactly. So I'll go back into TalkWalker to see whether or not we're starting to get some Wright State conversation in here as they're wrapping up.
And while you look for that, I'm just going to bid my adieu. I will mute myself because I sort of want to see the data as well. But it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to continuing the conversation with all of you on Thursday.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining 2 times today, earlier in the webinar, and then now, and really appreciate your perspective on everything. And yeah, we'll have the recap on Thursday where we can see what the main themes were and talk through it. So really appreciate you joining.
Sounds good. All right, pleasure.
All right, take care. All right, so let's see whether or not we've got a new Wright State conversation going on with them, close to pulling off the biggest upset of the tournament so far. Yeah. So up by 2, 10 seconds left. Let's see, share of voice by team in the round of 68. Where's Wright State on this? Let's do. This is one of those things where, like, right now in the dashboard, it might be relatively low, and then if we check back in 15 minutes, if they do pull off the upset, they'll be pretty high.
Yeah.
Like I'm just trying to find them right now on here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, look at that. So just in the last hour, the Wright State Raiders conversation has increased by over 3,000%. So they really weren't getting any conversation before, and then now they're starting to move up. So hopefully within the next 15 minutes, we're going to see significant increase in moving that bubble a little bigger and over to the right, where we're looking at the engagement by reach. Yeah, and we see, if you look over here, BYU with their upset. Now BYU, their bubble has gotten bigger and higher reach as well from their upset. So obviously winning breeds conversation. Or if you're a 1 seed or something, losing will drive conversation. But regardless, it's interesting to see that we're already seeing some spikes there. Go Cougs, BYU. And you know what? In general, we're starting to see more positivity. This hashtag cloud was very neutral a couple hours ago, and it's become much more positive now. And I think that has a lot to do with the excitement of the actual game itself, right? If it's one thing to be a fan of really great athletic prowess, right? Like really, being a fan of UConn, right? And UConn is just dominant. And so it's one thing to just like be a diehard fan that's like, I just want to see UConn blow someone away by 40 points. But to get the casual fan, you need some upsets, you need some close games, right? And so I'm glad to see this, because as when we were preparing yesterday, I was like, man, every game's a blowout, and there's like 8 teams that are really good, and then everybody else is kind of, the have-nots. But oh, you muted? Sorry. Oh yeah. So one thing about this platform is muting you.
Yeah, and my internet, it just like blinked and then like immediately had me back on, but I was remuted. I'm also half watching this Wright State game, which is like, we're now like fouling, so
right,
timeout, like using the last timeouts, and it's where 10 seconds becomes 10 minutes.
Right, exactly. This is the part of basketball that I love the strategy of when to foul and all that kind of stuff. My wife is a casual sports fan, and she's more into football, and she played rugby, but she's not really as into basketball. So she calls this part like just the foul game.
Yep.
And every time that I'm watching a basketball game, she's always like, "Yeah, just tell me when there's 2 minutes left," because yeah. So that's kind of her take on basketball.
I'm probably a bigger basketball fan than football fan. And I revel in this, like, sort of that last 40 seconds in a close game where it's just all strategy.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. So yeah, they're up by 3. Make this a 2-possession game.
Woo!
Okay, 2-possession game.
Wow.
Okay, we're gonna have a 4 seed go down, hopefully.
These are higher pressure foul shots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, and they're already just starting to get a little bit higher. So that's the beauty of the real-time conversation analysis.
A real ignorant question, and maybe I should just Google it before asking it, but where is Wright State?
North Carolina.
Okay. Is it?
I could be wrong. Could be South Carolina, but I want to say it's in the Carolinas.
Would make sense.
Am I wrong?
Dayton,
Ohio. Okay. I am totally wrong. Okay. Tournament note, 13 seeds over 4 seeds. Last time this happened was 2012. So we're looking at something that hasn't happened in 11 or 9 years.
Yeah, ESPN is missing an opportunity with any sort of alert.
So we're seeing positivity spike a little bit for Wright State on the sentiment side.
It was
And the Horizon League, we highly recommend tuning into the second half. Yeah. So, you know, it's a precious few people that have been tweeting about this, but you know, it's starting to grow over the last 5 minutes or so. But yeah, you're right. ESPN has not given me any push notification that says that this is happening.
It's a big miss.
Unless they're so good in their technology that to know that my TV is already on. ESPN. That would be creepy.
That would be creepy. Also, not outside of the realm of possibility.
Yep. Yeah, 0.3 seconds. So
it's oh no. Broadcast just froze. And they're back on the foul line.
So if you let's think about who's an underdog brand that could be engaging in this moment. Let's go back into, these are our NCAA women's basketball fans.
Yeah.
The brand affinities, and see if we can find an underdog. You know what? It's a craft beer.
Yeah, I saw that beer category on the left before you clicked the tab across the top, and I was like, beer.
There you go. It's official. Wright State's the winner. First NCAA tournament win. That's awesome. Not enough on the craft beer. So that what happens when you get a notification that says there's not enough data means there's not enough NCAA women's basketball fans that are craft beer fans. But I'm sure we're switching over to macro. We're going to find, you know, Bud Light and Miller Lite, et cetera. Oh, okay. Never mind. They're not into beer. Maybe they're into liquor. Either way, let's think of another category. Soft drinks.
I mean, classic underdog is Pepsi.
Yeah.
Or
I don't know if they would be considered a 13 against the 4, but
yeah.
Yeah. So here, actually, this is interesting. So Pepsi is almost at the same level.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
But slightly higher engagement. Gatorade, that makes sense. NCAA women's basketball fans are engaged with Gatorade. Mountain Dew, actually, higher engagement than either Pepsi or Coke.
Huh.
Lower overlap, but higher engagement. So Mountain Dew could do something. Dr. Pepper.
Yeah.
So there are some underdog soft drink brands that could
even Powerade.
Yeah, Powerade, 39. Not as much as Gatorade, but close. Yeah, so if you are Dr. Pepper right now, you could be putting out content. Around just congratulating Wright State or something about, you know, congratulating a fellow underdog. Let's see, quick service restaurants. But the thing is, like, to Nerissa's point earlier, it's more about ensuring that your brand is inherently a supporter as part of like the brand.
Yeah.
You know, DNA, that they're a supporter of women's empowerment and women's athletics, as opposed to like just jumping in right now.
Yeah.
So using this same data for like planning for next year,
right,
is also important. But yeah, as far as the underdogs here, Wendy's is pretty close to McDonald's. They're kind of an underdog. Whataburger, Arby's, Domino's. Panera.
Yeah.
They could be interesting. But yeah, I mean, you're always going to find the Starbucks and the McDonald's up at the top, but where it gets kind of interesting is when you go a little bit deeper.
I was also thinking of Reebok. They've done a lot in terms of their platforms. I know I've worked on their platforms before. They're very pro like female athlete, even before it was, sort of this generation.
Actually, I'm glad you brought up Reebok because actually I completely forgot I had a bit of a case study that I can talk about with Reebok. So real quick before I jump into that, let's see.
Wow, their lemon index is high. I mean,
yeah,
I would always, I totally fangirl over the entire Lululemon brand. So I tend to get out over my skis about them. So I held off on talking about them, but yeah. What's your Reebok case study?
Well, real quick before I jump into it, I'm scrolling down to see where Reebok is on this list. Converse is higher than them. Reebok is way
down.
If even at all. If they're not on the list, that means there's no overlap really. Not enough to be statistically significant.
Yep.
Okay. Well, either way, yeah, I'll share the Reebok piece because ultimately that's another. It's a discussion about micro influencers. So in terms of Reebok, so we were tasked with doing a social strategy playbook for them a couple years back. And we did a whole lot. We did, social listening. We did, own channel analysis, et cetera. But then we got into, they asked us to analyze all of their current influencers. So they could understand which influencers were giving them the most bang for their buck. Right. And so what we found was that, ultimately, they gave us a list of like more than what you see on this list. They gave us a list of like 100 different influencers. And what we found, the size of the bubble is the size of the audience. And they had partnered with Future, the hip hop artist. And he, they paid him, they didn't tell us specifically, but they paid him a significant amount of money. And yeah, he posted like one time, maybe two times over the course of an entire year. What you're looking at here is the number of posts on the left side, the number of posts about Reebok over the course of a year, and the affinity towards Reebok's audience on the bottom, and then the size of the bubble is how big their audience is. And so ultimately, what we found was that sure, Future has a very large audience. But he only posted about you like once or twice over the entire year. And so was that the best use of your money versus look at Ashley Horner. Ashley Horner, fitness influencer.
Yep.
And she posted about Reebok after becoming an official influencer. She posted about Reebok almost 200 times. That's almost, every other day.
Yeah.
And so, it just speaks to micro influencers and women's athletes as micro influencers. And, with the women's tournament, especially once name, image, likeness is changed, the ability for, college basketball players like the Paige Breckers of the world to be able to be those micro influencers to work with brands. And it might make a lot more sense to have 4 or 5 really key women's basketball players as your micro influencers than have some, big artist or A-list celebrity.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And even with that, there was also like, Shaq and JJ Watt and a bunch of others, and they all posted a few times. And then we even like took it further to say, okay, let's even once we take, Ashley out, then you look at Tia Toomey, she another female athlete that was a CrossFit influencer and weightlifter, and she over 60 times over the course of 1 year. And so again, we didn't they didn't disclose how much they were paying these influencers, but that was the big insight, was like, how much did we spend on Future?
Right.
That really makes sense, you know? And you know, how much did we spend on Shaq, right? Like Shaq at least is in the sports world. He makes a little bit more sense for Reebok, but you know, how much did they spend on Shaq, or Cardi B, or Conor McGregor, or et cetera, versus, you know, how much actual reach and valuation did they get from Tia Toomey and from Ashley Horner? So yeah, so I think that's going to be, hopefully with the future of college sports with name, image, and likeness, we'll be able to get to a point where you actually do see the ability for these athletes to take advantage of their social media presence, along with their ability on the court. So yeah, it's not just about being able to, you know, have their name, image, and likeness on a video game or on merchandise, but also the more that they are active with content on social, or they can become a household name and become, you know, a part of a brand sponsorship.
I wonder how they're going to tackle the whole like sponsorship of the university team, you know, like if it's a Nike sponsorship, but you want to go get personal, you know, sponsorship dollars for, you know, from Adidas, that might be a direct conflict of interest, but would Lululemon be one?
That's a very good point. So, you know, I'm making this up, but what if UConn women's basketball, or if UConn overall has a Nike Nike sponsorship, and yeah, Lululemon wants to work with Paige Beckers? Would they be able to, in the current way that they're thinking about likeness? That's a very good, and that's actually a great question for Dr. Ceyda Mumcu, who's going to be joining in a couple minutes. She was on very early in our webinar, and she's going to be joining again. She's a sports marketing and sports business professor at New Haven. So maybe she has a insight.
Yeah.
That's where my sports marketing knowledge is limited.
Yeah, sponsorships, that's a whole other. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's in the opportunity to sponsor is where the data can show you. It's just, you know, the legality of the sponsorship.
Yes, the legality of it. Yeah.
Right.
That's sort of like trademarking things. One of those parts of the industry that, you know, you just need to know enough to be dangerous. Like trademarking names and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And ultimately, I mean, to your question, I wonder whether or not, I mean, a direct competitor might be a problem, but would an indirect competitor be a problem, right? So Nike would consider themselves a direct competitor with Reebok, but would any apparel brand?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yep. And then you get into like, I mean, there's clearly like the Calvin Klein apparel, which is probably not a competition, but to bring up Lululemon again, they make sports apparel. They're not in the uniform, like making uniform part of the industry. It's more like, you know, just for your everyday sweat sessions. And they definitely don't make shoes, but yeah, where will the line be drawn in terms of those?
Exactly.
Sponsorships.
Yeah.
Or even Under Armour. Well, Under Armour is more of a direct competitor to Nike.
Yeah. I would think that they would allow that one. But yeah, that's a very good point. That we'll be able to find out about that more in a minute. But I mean, within indirect competitors, the other piece that we were talking about earlier is that, you know, for the interest of this webinar, I wanted to focus on, you know, the overall women's basketball fans or WNBA fans. But you can plug in any handle, right? So you could plug in Paige's handle, right? And you can see, you might not get as much data back because it's only going to show you what's statistically significant. But you would be able to see then specifically for Paige, And you could even like compare and contrast women's basketball overall versus UConn versus UConn's women basketball versus Page, right? And then you start to see like, okay, where's there a opportunity for a brand to sponsor all of women's basketball?
Yeah.
Or all of UConn sports, athletics, or just UConn basketball, or maybe it's only Page, right? So, yeah. But yeah, that's going to be an interesting piece of the conversation.
Interesting stuff. I have a random entertaining case study. I had forgotten about this one until we were looking at like challenger brands. I had a client, Nando's. Like, you know of them if you've been overseas, particularly to Europe or London. You probably know of them if you're around DC as well, because in the US market, they're only in DC and Chicago right now. At any rate, they bottle their hot sauces and sell those, and that's a huge line of business for them. They decided to do a partnership with Spicy P, a basketball player. I think he's a forward for the Raptors, the Toronto Raptors. It was right after the Raptors won the NBA tournament.
Yep.
And what they came to us, the data point was, we're Canada's third favorite hot sauce, and we think Spicy P might be Canada's third favorite basketball player. So this partnership makes perfect sense. And I'm like, that's a really long walk for an audience. You gotta find those like overlapping circles of the Venn diagram a little bit closer together, you guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, not only do they not have locations there, but also that's a you know, even from a creative standpoint, it's like, really, you just want to talk about how you're the third best?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
So we made it more about like brand attributes of Spicy P and brand attributes of the Nando's hot sauce being about hustle and heat, and had a much more successful campaign for them. They actually sold out the sauce 4 times.
Oh, wow. That's okay. So you clearly brought some more awareness for them. Very cool. Hey, Ceyda, are you back on?
Hello, I am back.
How's it going?
Good, running in between meetings. So I see a dashboard and interested to find out what has happened since I have been logged off.
Yeah.
We had an upset.
Yes, I saw that.
Yeah, Wright State had the upset, and all of a sudden Wright State has jumped in the share of voice. They're now, I was just hovering over them. Where are they? They're right here. They were all the way down here. So now Wright State is definitely higher. Looking at reach and engagement, we're starting to see Wright State pop a little bit compared to where they were before. Where did they go? Oh no, they were up here. So every time we refresh this, they jump a little bit more. They were way down on the bottom. So this is looking at reach on the x-axis and engagement on the y, and we're starting to see that where they were like way down on the bottom corner, they're now starting to get a little bit more engagement about them. It's mostly smaller handles that are talking about them, because you know if there were large handles talking about them, then you'd see reach spike, right? You'd see them move over. But you know, it feels like right now what's happening is that the Wright State fans are going nuts on Twitter, and what they need is someone as a larger voice to join in congratulating them, and then they'll move quickly over to over the right.
Did we also have BYU have? I think that was also an unexpected result.
Yes, BYU upset Rutgers earlier today.
Right.
And so we've now got 2 upsets as opposed to what we had yesterday, which were no upset. So BYU up 80% since the last time, since an hour ago. So BYU was another one that was like way over here and now
Right.
has moved. It's interesting actually to look at. BYU is a bigger school than Wright State, right? So when BYU won, they moved from over here over to here. They started to get more reach.
Right.
They have larger handles that are tweeting about their win versus Wright State is moving up in terms of engagement, but not as much reach. Yeah. But yeah, and we also saw here that BYU is starting to get into the hashtag conversation. And in general, we're seeing a lot more positivity than we saw earlier today, where this was mostly kind of neutral. And I think it has everything to do with a couple of upsets, more excitement, right?
Yes, and I think the story is turning into more performance related rather than the social issues around the tournament, perhaps.
Yeah, and that's a great hypothesis. Let's actually test that. Let's see whether or not.
Right, I love it.
Real-time testing.
Exactly.
We'll refresh this and see. You know, it seems like compared to a couple days ago, the women's equality conversation when it spiked, it's now that's starting to go down at the same rate as the not NCAA property going down because now it's more about the games.
Yeah.
Right? The conversation is more about the actual action on the court as opposed to the off-court issues. So it'll be interesting to see, by Thursday when we refresh this on Thursday after the games end, then will the inequality issues come back because there's no games to watch, right? Or whether it was just kind of a blip in the conversation. Hopefully it's not a blip. I think it'll probably take a few more players to continue to engage that conversation to keep it lively, or a big influencer like if LeBron all of a sudden gets involved in the conversation, then that would spike it.
All right.
The other thing we were just talking about that we were like, you know what, this is gonna be a good question for Ceyda when she joins. Is so we were looking at we had Whit Branson from Wild Collective on. We had Joe Quattrone from Sasha Group VaynerMedia on, and we had Matthew and Nick from Talkwalker on, as well as Nerissa came back on from One Epiphany, and we were all talking about we plugged into Zoom the NCAA women's basketball audience handle. And then we started to look at, what's the makeup of that audience. And we were able to see both on the WNBA side and the college basketball side, more men talking about or
Right.
than women. And we had a lot of conversation about that. But then also, looking at the top brands that are that have an overlap with women's college basketball, and seeing where there's some obvious opportunities. The first non-sports or news brand that popped was PlayStation as an overlap. 14.2% of those who follow women's college basketball on a special handle also follow PlayStation.
Interesting. That's, I don't know if there's any way to know it, but I wonder if, there are more NBA 2Ks played through PlayStation and whether those folks play the women's game as it was included in the last couple of years. That'd be an interesting thing to know, whether it is, what type of accounts or devices used.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I think that's something that we could look into for Thursday when we recap this, right? And then, so much higher Xbox there. But then the other thing we started to think about is the brand affinities.
Right.
And so one question that we had, you're closer to the sports marketing world than Kayte and I are. So ultimately, we started to think about when name, image, and likeness changes, and you're able to approach a Paige Beckers. If and this is hypothetical because I don't know who the corporate sponsor is, but let's say that UConn basketball or UConn in general has a contract with Nike.
Mhm.
Can a Lululemon or an Adidas or an Under Armour, can they approach Paige Beckers in the way that they are structuring that in the future? Or would that be considered direct competitor? Can't do that. It has to be completely some other brand outside of the apparel space.
I do think that it will be regulated. Obviously, at this point, we are not into that space yet, but I do envision this being a great opportunity for ambush marketing that we call in sport marketing particularly. And I do believe athletic departments at universities along with NCAA will probably create some restrictions in what athletic brands can endorse the student athletes. I don't think they will allow, if you are a Nike school, my gut feeling says that they are very unlikely to allow an athlete to go with a competing brand.
Yeah.
I think there will be restrictions in those. I think we have seen some of those in international competitions. Like, for example, if you look back in history, I think we have seen, oh dear, Puma, contacts as an ambush marketing scheme on an Olympic game. When the national team had a different brand, the athlete tried to use their own endorser, which caused some issues. So I definitely believe that there will be restrictions on that type of connection.
Gotcha. That makes, I mean, it makes complete sense. The question is, where do you draw the line, right? So like if you're a direct competitor to Nike, then obviously, Adidas isn't going to be able to approach Paige Beckers or, Reebok or something like that. But when you get into, other brands outside that Nike would not consider a competitor, right? Where does
Right.
the line get drawn in terms of the ability for a brand to approach an individual student athlete?
I think they may create categories, right? So in the sense that Nike is in athletic apparel, and if they are providing the balls and equipment, that's something else. But I think that's definitely not going to be in the same category with Louis Vuitton or a fashion brand. In my opinion, that's going to be a different category. And I think the student athlete may have an opportunity to, go with that type of a fashion line as opposed to going against the Nike brand and try to get an endorsement from Adidas, which is going to be the same category. I think there will definitely be definitions or a better structure into what is the category and what's allowed and what is not. But I do think that there would be some flexibility for student athletes to go with a fashion brand that's not a direct athletic apparel.
Gotcha. Yeah. So ultimately, it's not that, okay, any fashion and apparel brand can't approach this athlete because Nike already has a contract. It's more of a direct sports apparel brand cannot approach because
Obviously it is my gut feeling and what I envision to see based on what I have seen in the industry so far in different contexts, but I would think that your backdrop will not allow, say, Ralph Lauren if I am a UConn student athlete, right? So they wouldn't allow me with a t-shirt of Ralph Lauren to show up on a media day, but I would be on my social media doing all that potentially, if that makes sense. So I think if the NCAA and, athletic departments do not get on board with, finding a way to collaboratively solve this name, image, likeness, they will be in a worse situation, in my opinion. So I think it is in their best interest to find that common ground while allowing student athletes to use their name, image, likeness, while also keeping their own business partners on the other side in a strong position. So I think that's the best way to approach. But I think the time will show.
Yeah, I mean, it's extremely interesting, and it's actually making me think about the at the beginning stages of social media sponsored posts, right? The wild, wild west that was out there in terms of like, oh, I don't, it took them at least 2 or 3 years of sponsored influencer engagement or sponsored influencer content before the regulation was you have to say hashtag ad or hashtag sponsored, right? I mean, it was the wild, wild west at first.
Yep.
And so where I'm going with this is that if, to your point, if they don't think through all the nitty gritty of what are the rules before they allow for name, image, and likeness to be monetized, then I mean, it's kind of more clear cut when we're talking about Nike versus Adidas, et cetera. But like, what happens if, let's say UConn women's basketball, or sorry, UConn overall, their athletic department has a sponsorship with Marriott, right?
Yeah.
Can DoubleTree by Hilton approach Paige Becker? I don't know. I mean, they're using in the same way that they're wearing Nike shoes and Nike jerseys, they're staying in Marriott. So does that mean that the hotel, that they can't have any conflict there, or is it considered, not as big a deal, right?
Right. I mean, it's certainly a complicated area, right? And I think lots to be sorted out and, ironed out for sure. But I think it is best to really approach it mindfully and try to sort it out rather than just happen it, right? So if you think about it from the sense, I think this will relate to, I don't know if you had that conversation or not when I was gone, but if you think about it, some conferences are more lenient towards allowing student athletes to use their name, image, likeness, while others are trying to restrict it more so, right? And if NCAA doesn't approach it properly, I anticipate some of the conferences will try to do it on their own in their own states, which will result in some challenges in recruiting. An athlete may turn out choosing to go to a conference or a university where they can actually tap into their own NIL, right? Instead of going to a different place where they cannot activate that at all, right? So that may tap into, maybe we will see more upsets because maybe top talent will want to use their own personal brand going to a certain type of conference or a state, depending on state laws and how student athletes or whether they can use their NIL. So I do think that, if NCAA doesn't approach this properly, I think they will find themselves in a more of a challenge than anything else.
That is actually fascinating.
Yeah.
Because ultimately what you're describing is a way for a smaller conference.
Yep.
I
don't want to give ideas to anyone, but
no, but I mean, ultimately, like if I'm the Atlantic 10 or I'm the CAA, the Colonial, or the Patriot League or something, I would be more lax with the NCAA doesn't regulate that. I would be more lax with it and say, hey, you know what? Instead of going to an ACC school, instead of going to Duke, where you're going to have less opportunities to build your own personal brand and have sponsorship opportunities, come to VCU and play, because we're part of the Atlantic 10 and it's more lax here because there's no.
Okay, let me correct one thing. As a conference, you can be more stringent than the NCAA, but you cannot be more relaxed than the NCAA. But your state government may pass a law allowing it. So, their NCAA still has some control, but I think the state laws may dictate and bring some change. So it is a bit more complicated that immediately a conference making a call.
Gotcha. Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. I mean, ultimately, it kind of depends on how strict is the NCAA going to be and the state laws, right?
But a lot of things are being spoken in Washington, D.C. This week regarding, the future of college athletics. So I think, if athletes should be paid and, if there should be restrictions, all of those are also relevant. And those are, somewhat separate than the name, image, likeness. And when you look at it, it is talking about if we, remove all the restrictions, then there will be even less competitive balance, and there will be no Cinderella stories for men's basketball either, because everyone will flood towards the Power 5 conferences with the resources. So, a lot of things are happening at the same time, but, they are all connected and they will have an impact.
Yeah. I love the conversations are happening. I'm wondering how much marketers and analysts are involved in those conversations, or if it's more of just the just kind of the legal side, right? And if they're because ultimately if you don't provide the decision makers, the policymakers, the legal side as well, with some visualizations of like, this is what could happen if you don't regulate it, right? Because of the fact that it would be, if I'm Paige Beckers, I'm actually probably getting a license to Zoom and doing my own digging and saying like, yep, I want to work with them. I want to work with them. I want to work with them. Right. But if the policymakers are not aware of what the data-driven insights can be for a athlete, if they just simply dig into the data a little bit about who's following them right now and who's following their teams, they might miss a point in their policy that they create if they don't know what's possible from the data. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think one important consideration is to, approach this with the lens of the entire, college athletics. When you think about it, most often the immediate thought is going to be Power 5 conferences and football and men's basketball. And that restricts the number of student athletes that we consider. And the system actually supports a lot more student athletes than just those narrow programs and number of athletes. So I think it has to be considered that it is for the greater good of the, college athletics and all student athletes, rather than just, only 2 types of programs across 5 power conferences. So those are very relevant. We also need to, and I make this comment related to should athletes be paid and how that should be regulated, should there be any restrictions. And I think this is not identical to name, image, likeness. That is a different conversation. And I do personally think that name, image, likeness and being able to use that will provide opportunity to female athletes in many sports. We have seen many viral stories about gymnasts, volleyball players, basketball players. So it is a great opportunity for these student athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, it's a fascinating, it's gonna be a fascinating couple of years, I think. Once all those conversations in DC are figured out, because there's so many possibilities right now once things are opened up a little bit, and then it just becomes what are the ground rules? How's it all work? And are we thinking about all the different levels, not just college football and men's college basketball? Well, I know we're almost at time. I'm going to check the scores one more time. But any kind of final thoughts as we wrap up our marathon of skip work to support women?
I am really interested or excited to find out really more about the brand affinities and the overlap or connection between the women's basketball fans. I think we will find more of those on Thursday, and I think I missed most of the insights discussed throughout the day. So I'm really looking forward to learning more of those.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will be kind of recapping everything on Thursday, and to your point, we'll do some analysis around the top brands that have the affinities to women's basketball before then, so we can present that along with what Matthew and Nick at Talkwalker will present in terms of the top conversations, and the overall sponsorship valuation that Mary will bring to the table in terms of how much of a sponsorship from an actual ROI perspective, what did that drive in social media?
That's great.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I think we've had it's been a marathon day, but it's been fun. And I'm really appreciative of all the panelists, but thank you, Ceyda and Kayte, for coming back on, and ultimately, yeah, for anyone that is not aware, we're doing another one of these on Thursday. It's going to be just 1 hour instead of 5, because it won't be games to react to in real time anymore. It'll just be kind of a recap, but it'll be a recap of an exciting conversation that we'll have on Thursday at 2:30 Eastern. So
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Looking forward to it. Thank you for having me. Exciting.
Yeah.
absolutely. Thanks so much for coming. It was a great time. All right.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.